Good afternoon, everyone. Apologize for the late start. I was waiting for my utterly essential co-conspirator David Breslin to return to the room, but I think he's busy rounding people up from the Clark Center to make sure that they find their ways here. So I'll apologize to him later for this. But my name is Darby English, and I am the director of the Research and Academic Program, which forms one half of the Clark's dual mission as a museum and a research center. Operating alongside of the Clark's collection and exhibition programs, we host residential fellows as well as a variety of participants in academic programs such as this Clark Symposium, which is the inaugural event of the new academic year. My colleague David, who wears actually two hats here, is both Associate Director of the Research and Academic Program and as Associate Curator of Contemporary Projects. And I want to thank our colleagues in the Research and Academic Program, especially Deborah Fair, Melissa Horn, and Elizabeth McCormick, for their help to make our conception for this event a reality. A number of our other colleagues here at the Clark have our deepest gratitude as well. We also want to express our deep appreciation to the Helen Frankenthaler Foundation, and especially to its president, Elizabeth Smith, for the grant which allowed us to make far more of this event than we otherwise could have done. With Harry Cooper, curator and head of modern art at the National Gallery, David Breslin co-curated the exhibition that occasioned this event, the exhibition Make It New, Abstract Painting from the National Gallery of Art, 1950 to 1975, which is on view on the lower level of the Clark Center, just up the path west of here. David's and my first priority during our conversations, which began last August when I arrived at the Clark, about this symposium was to get beyond conventionalized academic ways of assessing exhibitions and coming to terms with historical categories of art, about which too many of the same terms have already been circulated. It seemed to us that the freshest, which is to say the most actually interesting perspectives, would be those of the practitioners who do the work of painting every day, with post-war art, this enormous canon of objects and ideas waiting for them like heavy weather just outside of the studio door. Our present moment is teeming with possibilities for anyone who cares to think about abstraction, whether as a maker or an interpreter or an evaluator. Abstraction has been so many things, both in the hands of artists and writers across media and historical periods. It's been a means of radical statement and action, a means of willful understatement, a form of commodity chic, and a tactic in almost every kind of protest. But too many ideas don't always add up to a good thing. Such a situation has serious implications for practitioners who've continually been forced to recognize how little space or representational substance they're actually given to work with in an ever-expanding world of ready-made ideas about abstraction. As subjects of a history that now includes all the multifarious manifestations, uses, and abuses of abstraction and abstract art in a more general sense, I think, or a less general sense, we need to build a competence in order to think patiently and clearly about where abstraction has been, where it now stands, and where it might be going. Instead of having the people who exclusively think about abstraction speak today, we've asked the actual inheritors of post-war painting and its problems to lead us in that work. We believe that the practitioner's perspective provides a crucial complement to strictly art historical approaches. Towards this end, we worked assiduously to fill today's program with individuals who think incredibly hard and incredibly well about the formal and the social legacies of this art. Their results almost without fail demonstrate what it means to make it new in a full awareness of historical precedent and the contingencies and complexities of actual creation. So with that, I want to thank you for being here. I'm sure it will be an excellent and exciting program. We've organized the afternoon as a series of conversations, as I think your program shows. As it reflects, there will be 3 such conversations, each running 45 minutes, with about 10 minutes for your questions and comments immediately following each dialogue. We'll break for 15 minutes after the second conversation between Glenn Ligon and Byron Kim. I want also to let you know that restrooms are located just outside of the, south door of the auditorium here, and also on the lower level of the Clark Library, which is just across the hallway in which you entered. And we're taking a little bit of a risk here because we've included brief bios for each of the participants on the back of your program, which I hope you've collected. We'll be sparing you formal introductions in the interests of time and in an effort to maximize content. You need to hear from our guests, I think, far more than you need to hear from us. So with that said, I want to thank you again for being here, and please help me welcome to the stage Bryce Martin and Vincent Katz.
I guess we have to hold these to juggle our thinking and holding and everything else we're doing. Bryce, looking forward to this conversation. We'll see where it leads us. We've had some brief chats, but we haven't really prepared. That is to say, in concert. We've, I guess, been preparing for many years in other ways. The word abstraction, I wanted to start out by reading something by Frank O'Hara, the poet, art critic, and curator. He was a curator at MoMA, and actually at the time of his death, the painter Willem de Kooning had decided that he wanted O'Hara to curate an exhibition on him at MoMA, but of course that was never to be. But somebody who really had a very close relationship with painters, a poet among painters, he's known as. But this is something he's writing about abstraction in poetry, but I thought it was interesting just to get on the table in terms of that word. This is from a text he wrote called Personism, which he thought of as a faux manifesto, but it actually turns out to be an incredibly rich source of ideas about his poetry. It was published in the literary magazine Jugend in 1961. He wrote it in 1959. Abstraction in poetry is intriguing. I think it appears mostly in the minute particulars where decision is necessary. Abstraction in poetry, not in painting, involves personal removal by the poet. For instance, the decision involved in the choice between the nostalgia of the infinite and the nostalgia for the infinite defines an attitude toward degree of abstraction, the nostalgia of the infinite representing the greater degree of abstraction. And interestingly, his point in this short essay is that that kind of abstraction or removal by the poet is what he's opposed to, and he's suggesting this idea of personism instead, which is in which he said that he could just as easily pick up the telephone as write a poem to a friend. Let me see if I can get this to work. There's one image that I wanted to put up. Let's see if that works. Whoops, that's not it. Maybe that's another. There it is. So this is a well-known picture. It's actually a book cover from an exhibition that Alfred H. Barr Jr. Curated at MoMA in 1936. And I always go back to this image. When I first discovered it, I thought it was just so brilliant. I mean, I still do, actually. And so interesting the way he could align everything. And I think it's funny, if you look up on the left side, about halfway up, you see abstract expressionism, and that kind of threw me for a loop at first until I realized it was German expressionism, and he had just, was looking at the abstract elements of it. And the same with abstract Dadaism and abstract surrealism. And it ends up in two branches. One is non-geometrical abstract art, and one is geometrical abstract art. And again, when I first discovered this, and I think for many of us, it just feels so true. But in a way, it's too true. It's too complete and too succinct. It doesn't leave any other possibilities, at least in my opinion. I'm wondering if you, Bryce, I'd like to bring you in on this family tree here. Does this cover it all, and is this all the art that was interesting, and then does it lead to all the art that is interesting?
I don't know, just it seems to like, I read it down to the red part and I figure that's where it all starts. You know, I mean, well, I don't really know how to comment on it.
Well, yeah, so one thing that's clear, if you just sort of glance over it and see what strikes your eyes, that Cubism is sort of the main nexus, right, which is not surprising. But something that's interesting to me, again, on the left side, all the way up the top, you see the name Redon, and he sneaks down into that proto-abstract expressionism and into abstract surrealism, and actually have a couple of other quotes that I might want to bring in, and one of them is by Redon from 1898. He wrote, "The designation of my drawings by a title is often, so to speak, superfluous. A title is justified only when it is vague and even aims confusedly at the equivocal. My drawings inspire and are not to be defined. They determine nothing. They place us, as does music, in the ambiguous realm of the undetermined. They're a kind of metaphor." So that brings me to the idea of titles and abstract paintings, because I feel like they often carry more weight than they would in a non-abstract work. But earlier, this is something I'd like to ask you about. We were talking about this, the idea of abstraction. I'm going to get rid of this if I can. There we go. The idea of abstraction in 20th century art, it feels to me almost, I mean, I know and I respect the history, and we've talked about that a lot as Darby was referring to, as something that has been studied, but it seems to me that, in other words, the causes for it, the historical situations in the world, and also the history of art that led to its emergence. But I feel like maybe I'm talking more now about its champions and its justifiers, or the people who give it its critical structure. It seems almost like a fetish. I mean, does there have to be that much concern today with what is abstraction and what is not abstraction? And I wanted to bring that to you because I know you're a scholar and somebody who passionately investigates art from all periods and all parts of the world. There are kinds of art that could fit into the definitions of abstraction if we're considering that, like non-figurative, decorative, empty of form, even in some cases. Talk a little bit about your experience with non-Western art and how the idea of abstraction even applies, if it does.
Well, there's a couple of things. Look, it seemed to me back in the 60s and 70s, there was this real kind of battle about abstraction and realism, and the merits of both and the demerits of both, and which was the more valid mode of expression. And it seemed it was very intense. I remember walking down the street and someone saying, "Well, I've decided that I'm going with Greenberg on this one," and he basically changed his way of painting. But that was a long time ago, and it seems to me I don't know I don't think those differences are so extreme or mean that much within the practicing arts community. I mean, it doesn't bother me as much. I was always like this vehement abstractionist and thought that this was the way things had to be. And that was a battle, I guess, basically we just lost, because, I mean, they didn't stop making realist painting, But to go back to your chart, my theory is that Cézanne almost made painting disappear. And the involvement with the realist subject matter, what you see in the world, and translating that into being a painting. It seemed to me that he was almost there in terms of making it just disappear. And then Cubism reintroduced the figure, so to speak. And so I never could see Picasso as a hero. I always thought of him as a kind of turncoat. And then I think that then with the rise of abstraction, it was another attempt at this kind of Cézannian idea of making it disappear. It's not that it's to disappear, but to really eliminate the irrelevancies. And now how I can segue that into like other cultures, I don't know. But
Well, I'm interested when you say that you defined yourself as a vehement abstractionist. Can you talk a little bit more about how you would have defined that? What did that mean precisely?
It's about what you need to refer to in the making of your picture. And it's about how much you want to lead the viewer. And I always thought, like realist painting, you were leading the viewer with this, a convenient reference. I mean, the reference, everybody knows what they see. And I thought that was too easy. In the extreme being, say, Norman Rockwell. And back in those days, Norman Rockwell was to the abstractionist, he was the devil, and he also regarded the abstractionist as the devil. But now people don't particularly, nobody gets too riled up about Norman Rockwell.
Can we talk a little bit about activity within the frame? Because one way of thinking of abstraction, I think, and if we remember that diagram again, I think there were some people who believed that the geometric side was going to be the more pure side because it was attempting to work from intellectual forms and not from something perceived in the world, I guess, because perceptions were untrustworthy maybe, or tainted. And then there were others who worked from imagery, such as Hans Hofmann. His school was about that. But I'm thinking when we see the exhibition, there are paintings such as Joan Mitchell's that are full of incident and full of I would call it imagery. And then there are others like a Joe Bear or something like that that is really stripped down and empty. Were those issues that you were concerned with?
Yeah, yeah.
And
And, you know, then there was the whole issue, like, what's real? You know, and if you throw Jasper's Target in with the Joe Mitchell and the Joe Bear, you know, that's sort of, that was like kind of the issue, what's real? And how could like a picture of something that's real be real, or whereas you can just make a painting that's just real? I thought it was an issue. I thought about it a lot. I still do. I mean, you're standing there just painting some yellow on a canvas, and it's very, very real, but at the same time, it's a purely abstract picture. And then you have to sort of balance, like, you know, you start doing things like checking your edges to make sure that there's nothing, that you're not cheating in there somewhere, so you can get both reads, you know, which is kind of a cheap shot.
explain a little bit more about that part.
No, about what? It's because it's incorporating illusionism into abstraction. And they just, in my mind, don't belong with each other. You can do things to make the solid monochromatic rectangle less offensive, and those are the cheap shots. You know, I mean, I think the painting should really be as difficult as possible.
Can you talk a little bit about process? Because I know in your early work it involved a very layered approach, and the material that you used was very specific, the pigment and the wax and the layering and the work on it. And then at a later period you developed different approaches, one including using sticks to paint with. Can you talk about those two periods and how that affected your concept of the picture that you were creating?
Yeah, I think, you know, you are working, as you work, you're evolving, you're working closer to some idea of what you want to make. And so you're forced to certain kind of decisions. And a lot of this has to be like, well, how are you going to do it? Well, I mean, what form does it all take? And you're basing it. I based it a lot on tradition. I was, had a very traditional training, and so you're coming out of that. And I ended up using wax in the paint because I was mixing colors that I tried to have I'd like the idea of the color having an ambiguous read. So it could look like a gray, could look like a green, and you could move back and forth between that. And that meant that I had been much more involved with kind of the material before, just so how the layers built up into like some form. And the more I got involved with color, the more I wanted to see the color, so I had to do something so it wasn't shiny, so you could see it. And that's when I put the wax in. and they used the wax for years, and wax never hardens, and so you run into a lot of technical problems. Like it shines, people would walk up to the picture and draw like Kilroy faces on it, and they just didn't disappear, It was awful. So then I started using something called terpineol, which gave me a similar matte surface, but dried hard.
Can you talk a little bit about when I'm interested in moments when you make what seems to the viewer to be a drastic change in your work, like, let's say going from seemingly monochromatic, although they're not really monochromatic, images to linear images. Can you talk about that? Is there something that provokes you to do that, or is it just an aesthetic? I mean, is it an aesthetic, or is it a life decision, or both? What is going on
I
there?
wanted more drawing in the painting. And I was trying to get the drawing in these monochromatic panels. I just couldn't do it. Or it wasn't working out the way I wanted it. And I was doing a whole parallel group of drawings that were based a lot on Chinese calligraphy, which I sort of accepted as an abstraction, and never made any attempt to deal with it as a language. I mean, Chinese. And so I, just stopped doing one thing and started doing the other thing. I mean, it took a couple of years to work it out. And now I'm sort of like drifting back and forth between the two.
Was the choice to use the sticks, was that a way of creating a difficulty for yourself, that you couldn't use the techniques that you had learned in art school? I mean, was that to promote a kind of new discovery, or what was the thinking behind that?
Yeah, that must have,
find that so
I don't really know what the thinking was. I mean, I moved into a place that had a lot of ailanthus trees growing in the yard, and I wanted to use that stick, because it was so beautiful. I thought, well, it's bound to make a beautiful line. And that's how I started with the sticks. And then you start playing around with it, like using longer sticks, so you get lots of accidents, and all about control and non-control. And I mean, I liked that. But I never could paint that. I never use the sticks in painting, because sticks don't hold paint. So basically, I just use the sticks in drawing, and I don't do any drawing where I don't. I mean, I just use sticks. I don't use anything else. Can't use brushes. I don't.
So in the exhibition, it's an interesting selection. There's nothing by de Kooning, and it's in the catalog is a very interesting essay by Harry Cooper, and Pollock is certainly the focus of that essay. And I remember once when we spoke, you made a comment about your preference for Pollock over de Kooning. Is that something you still adhere to, and would you comment?
You sort of move in, like, your current favorites, and I was in a big Pollock thing. I thought late Pollock has been sort of grossly misinterpreted by the historians. I thought in the big Pollock show at the Modern, they just like went to sleep when it came to like late Pollock. Didn't give it any kind of thinking. And I thought those are very important paintings and really haven't been expanded on. And a lot of it had to do with how Pollock's image emerged out of his process, as opposed to the, what I consider the more European or Cubist application of an image. Rather than have the image come up out of the painting and the process, it's applied. And
So you're saying that in his case, the image is coming out from the process?
yeah, in Pollock. And I've been working these paintings where I'm trying to have this happen, and it just isn't happening. It just, I would put a ground on the painting and then draw into the ground and then get a drawing going that had some sort of references, which were mostly references to itself. You just start drawing and then all the references come out of that. And then I would get that to a certain point, and then I put the ground color over the whole thing again and work back into what was coming. Because of the terpinnial, you get this kind of bleeding. So original drawing can bleed through another coat of, so I would use that. And I kept thinking some sort of image was going to emerge, and it just didn't, or it hasn't. And what I'm working on now is I was like working a whole different group of paintings, and they just started being monochromatic panels. And I figured, well, maybe this is what's trying to emerge. This is the image that's trying to emerge. So I just changed the other painting out of the other paintings I've been working on. This is a process thing. I was thinking, going through the show today, I was thinking, when you're young, you think maybe you are Jackson Pollock. When you're my age, you just stop thinking that. You say, you're not Jackson Pollock, you're whoever, and you're yourself.
Yeah, thinking about process and Pollock, we were talking about an interesting story. The photographer Rudy Burkhart went to photograph Pollock at work for Art News magazine for a series, and he went to the studio and had his camera ready, and Pollock said, well, I can't just paint for the camera. I mean, I might ruin this painting. This painting might be finished for all I know. I'm just not going to just throw paint around. And Rudy Burkhart said, well, that makes sense. That's pretty logical. And then he said something which seems to me very un-Pollock, but he said, I'll pretend to paint for you. And so he posed as though he were dripping paint on a painting, and Burkhart photographed him. And then it turns out that he never did paint on that painting again. But just that little anecdote was interesting to me, that it's not just this frenzied burst of unconscious inspiration that a casual viewer might think. Like there's a layered and very thoughtful approach, which sounds similar to yours, albeit with differences in your technique and your way of working.
I have to mention Amy's article, which totally threw me. You had this piece in Art Forum, about this macho thing of abstract expression. And I just, oh my God, she's absolutely right. This is horrible. It's like, and I had no idea. And you behave this way. And
I guess even Joan Mitchell could be macho, right?
Oh, God. Yeah. I had a studio visit with Joan Mitchell. She was, merciless. It's really good, really good. But, and so things like that help your thinking in getting away from kind of misguided aspects. But what were we were talking about?
Well, I wanted to ask you one thing. I think maybe we're going to go to questions pretty soon, if there are some. But I'd like to maybe end, if you could give us some thoughts on an idea of lineage. It was interesting, just your comment about having a studio visit with Joan Mitchell, and I think that was something that was very common, or was somewhat common, or there were groups of people who did studio visits, and I'm wondering if you are seeing any painters in succeeding generations, younger painters who are working in abstraction, and if they want to come to your studio, if you go to their studios, and if there's a sense of lineage happening in abstraction, in abstract painting.
I don't know. I have one friend I talk with all the time, and that's Navras, David Navras, and we basically sit around and complain about everything. And but we are to. I mean, when you talk about titling a piece, and like the purists don't title, or they just number it because they don't want to lead. There's no more of that, none of that leading. I come out of a much more romantic kind of tradition. I just, very romantic kind of titles and stuff. But, I mean, I don't draw the line there. And, I guess there's all different places you can draw the line, that's part of the game, I mean, you can do whatever you want. But there was this time back in the 60s, the 70s, where you were sort of having to make kind of decisions, based on, it was coming from the outside. Yeah, but it's just, you're an artist, it's just more information.
Well, you were talking about, seeing somebody who said he's going with Greenberg or not going with him, and there was another artist who wouldn't talk to another artist because he overlapped a plane.
What?
Yeah, Al Held is in this exhibition. George Sugarman wouldn't talk to him for 2 years because he overlapped a plane in a painting.
That's wonderful.
So, yeah. These things really matter.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they do matter. And the fact that there can be people around arguing about that kind of stuff, this or that, which way it goes, but it matters. I mean, it was like arguments Judd was making in print, they mattered. And he would be able to see things and make kind of corrections or, correct misleading things. This stuff, it matters. I don't really talk with that many other artists. I mean, it was interesting. Gary Hume came to my studio the other day, and he just sits down and he just like approaches what he sees as his and works on it. And I'm, and he's saying, well, I would, if I'd build an extra panel and put it in here and do this and that. And he had all these really wonderful ideas. And, then when he left, I said, no, what was that? How high do I make this? But it's also, it's helpful. It's instructive, but there isn't that kind of, I mean, I remember someone saying, oh, there's a guy on the other side of town, and he's trying to make a sculpture that disappears. And it was Dick Van Buren and blah, 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 and so you get involved with these kind of, I mean, that's why you went to New York. There was a community, and I assume there still is, and, they talk with each other.
Yes, I think that everything still matters, but it might be harder to tell what it is nowadays.
Well, I don't, that's, you know, I don't, well, I guess it is hard. I mean, I cannot make up my mind about coons.
Good example.
I just, you know, it's not for any lack of information. You know, it's, I can't make up my mind. Yeah.
I think that's a good note on which to see if anybody has any questions for Bryce or comments. Yes?
I'm always, is this, I don't think it's on. Is it on? Can you hear? I'm always surprised to learn that you're a graduate of Boston University's program. In particular, the transition from Carl Zerber to David Aronson's favorite student, and that encaustic was a medium that Zerb experimented a lot with. And as I understand, Aronson wanted you, or students in general, to have a full background of training to find their own, to find their own personal expression. That was the motive of Zerber and that tradition of the Boston Expressionists. So, and then jump forward to the first time I saw your work was at Bykirk Gallery, and we're talking about those early encaustic paintings. What did you take from that very conservative tradition at Boston University? Did it inform you? Did you do encaustic paintings at Boston University? I mean, was that the seed of it?
Yeah, we did, yeah, I did. We did it in a technical painting class. It wasn't the paint, you know, it wasn't your regular painting class. It was a technical painting class taught by Reed Kay. And it was, you know, how you make the glue to size the canvas and the whole thing, you know, and we had to copy in the museum. But I did make encaustic paintings, and I remember seeing some film about Zerba making encaustic paintings. And then I had a long talk with David. He used to be the professor of poetry at Oxford. Fenton.
Oh, Fenton, yeah.
And Fenton was writing a piece on Jasper Johns, and he was like, he had all these pamphlets about encaustic, and he didn't know anything about Zerba. I said, well, you got to get, you know, but he checked it out, but he didn't bring it into the Johns thing. I don't know. But that, I mean, the whole technical thing and the conservative thing at Boston, you know, you had it. It was like, you knew these things existed. I mean, technically. So you could play, I mean, the person who told me about using wax was a Harvey Quaitman who went to the museum school. You know, so he would, you know, but that was just all part of that whole communication thing. Yeah.
How about the aspect of finding your expression that you very much into interest exposing you to?
I think that's what it's all about. I mean, that's what art is. It's your expression. And no matter what, that's the important thing. I mean, you know, like, we had sort of touched on, you know, talking about how abstract motifs occur in all cultures. Like there's, you know, dot painting in the caves, there's grids, there's this and that in all cultures. And so it isn't some, you know, we have tended to look at Western art as some sort of like end-all. And I think now it doesn't seem that way. And so it's I think now it's a slightly things aren't that clear because there's so much information. It's being worked out.
Any other questions or comments?
Byron?
I think I might have misunderstood what you were talking about, but when you were talking about kind of, I'm going to misrepresent it, but messing around in the paint and kind of waiting for an image to come out, if you were thinking about just in the painting, then why would you expect it to be anything but self-referential, and what kind of image? I think maybe you
Well, it's that whole thing of, it's that whole thing of painting, and you talk about the act of painting, and how you lose yourself. I mean, all this abstract expressionist stuff, and out of that comes something,
and it just wasn't.
And
But did you have some idea of what kind of thing it might be?
no. And that's probably why it isn't coming out. I mean, you can't just wait for it to come out. I mean, you got to be laying something down. I mean, Pollock was laying stuff down. I mean, just all that sand painting reference, and that kind of stuff.
Right. Do you think it was because he was thinking of something outside of the painting?
Well, yes and no. I think it's just, it is coming from him. It could be outside, but it's been absorbed in some way. So it isn't necessarily this or that. It's both. I mean, that's my take on it. But then you keep reading things, like there's this whole thing about the mural, the big painting, and someone wrote a thing where he had this image of the stampede. I don't know who wrote that. Do you know who wrote that? And that's, he sat and looked at this thing for a long time and blah, 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 and then he just got up and did it in a day, and that the image was that of a stampede. That's what he was painting, and I just don't buy it.
Well, there's that, in the catalog, there's an interesting comparison between Pollock and Ryman, and it's, the famous Pollock quote, "When I'm in the painting, I don't know, and then later I come back and I see what it was." And Ryman, in contrast, says something that I've heard many artists of his generation and later say, that it's similar, but it's different. They realize what's going on in the painting and react to it, like something is happening, and so it's like the conscious versus the unconscious.
Yeah,
I thought that was an interesting contrast.
It's almost like a conversation.
But you don't believe the stampede thing because you believed that it came out of Pollock. Because you believed Pollock that it all comes out of him.
I mean, you can say that's just a little too pat, And the painting is a really complicated painting. Maybe it got them started or something. I just don't know whether they, it just rang so falsely, when I read it, because I was asked to write on it, and basically what I wrote about it was what I've just been talking about, like letting this image emerge, and so I said it isn't based on those kind of things. It's based on these things that just emerged, and. I mean, there are no real surprises in that painting, in terms of his own work.
I think Amy has a question.
Well, I have two questions. Is it okay? One is just, I was kind of confused by the thing you were talking about that got truncated about the cheap shot. And I wondered if you could explain that more. this idea of, I just don't think I really understood what the cheap shot was.
Well, you know how you can draw a line, and it can be like a sincere line, and then you can draw a line, it can be like a fake line, and just like a little kind of sort of jazzed up or something. You know, that's basically.
But it wasn't about whether or not.
I mean, I've been getting these edges. You know, I'm working this thing, and I get this edge on the bottom, and I keep trying to draw it as mechanically as possible. You know, I paint down to this line. There's like a graphite line there. And then I go, you know, I get my straight edge, and I sharpen the pencil down, you know, and I try to make this really fine, unexpressive line going across the bottom of this thing. You know, and it's sometimes it just gets a little wavy, and you know, so you get a little dark to light, and I don't want that. And so for me, that's the cheap shot. You know, and I can look at a lot of paintings and see they're just like full of cheap shots. You know, and I mean, you know, I mean, and there's no saying you couldn't make a great painting by just doing a lot of cheap shots. You know, I mean, we're stuck in this whole thing. You put up on stage and you're supposed to say these things. I mean, you know, and whereas, you know, everything is all right. You know, but then you have all these judgments, and you're just making all these. You know, I mean, you know how many judgments you have to make when you make a painting. You know, people have no idea about decisions. You know, like you put up all those decisions on the wall in the show. You know, I mean, it's kind of amazing, and all the possibilities and blah, blah, and this is what we have to deal with, and then come up with something that, you know, we really believe in.
Can I ask my other question? I feel like I didn't understand your kind of relationship to de Kooning. Like, we talked a little bit about Pollock and how important, but I mean, I know from, you know, another argument in old abstraction that seems kind of passé or just forgotten now was the very strong argument between the Pollock people and the de Kooning people, which was going on, you know, right, like, you know, before I moved to New York, but it was around. And I was just, you talked about Pollock and your preference, and I was actually really interested, based on what you were saying, of this process of wanting something to come out from the painting through the work of the painting itself. To me, that feels so de Kooning-y. And I was just wondering if you know, could just, what is your relationship to de Kooning?
My relationship to de Kooning is that de Kooning was the teacher. He's, in a way, taught us how to paint. We would go to see his shows and just try to figure out how he made them. You know, I remember Richard Serra coming back and saying, he does a water emulsion. You know? And there was this thing, you know, he could get a kind of a splash thing, you know, and it was by you dip the brush in water, and then you put it in the paint, and then he did that, and then it gave it that very, and you know, we were all really excited to learn that. You know? But that was his thing, you know, like he was sort of teaching us how to paint. Pollock was teaching us sort of like how to be an artist. You know, it's, although I don't think, you know, that many people are as taken with Pollock as I am. But, I mean, you know, de Kooning, you really follow him. It was like he was a teacher. But he always seemed very European to me. You know. But then I'm always forgetting, you know, I keep thinking, you say European, and I keep thinking some Cubist woman. And you know, I'm not thinking of like, you know, the Black Mountain paintings, those black and white paintings, and, you know, and a lot of the later paintings.
Well, if there are no further questions, I think we will. It has. We can hand over the floor to the next conversation. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Vincent and Bryce. My name's David Breslin from the Clark, and I'm thrilled to introduce our next two speakers, two great artists and two great friends, Byron Kim and Glenn Ligon.
I think I should start by saying that early on when I lived in New York, I worked for a while. I worked on a truck, and I worked with this guy. I can't remember his name, but he rode a bike. I mean, he was kind of a bike racer. And I found out during the middle of working with him that he had been Bryce Martin's assistant. And so I remember finding out what size was the coffee can, how much talc did he put in there, how long was the palette knife, so it just gets passed on that way.
So when we were thinking about this conversation, we decided it would be helpful to show you some images of artists that we are interested in, and then also show you some images of our own work. So we're just going to run through that group of images, and then we'll refer to specific images as we go along in the conversation. So if I can figure out how to use this, actually. No.
You're going to get Alfred Barr again.
Yeah. So how do I start? Oh, yeah. Okay, there's Alfred Barr. Okay. So Felix Gonzalez Torres.
Still from Smithson's film Spiral Jetty, I think.
Sorry, the Double Clocks is called Perfect Lovers. I'm not going to remember all the titles.
Oh, right, same here.
Sorry. Anquara. Does this have a title?
I don't know, that might be it.
I think that's the title. Yeah.
Via Salmons. Reinhardt.
Rothko. Buford Delaney. Kusama. That's in the show.
So was the Rothko.
Jasper John's Target, also in the show. David Hammonds.
Oh, whoa.
Byron Kim. Shall we just keep going?
Yeah, just keep
You're having
going.
a moment?
No, I mean, well, the next few are going to be of my work, so
Okay.
it's just, it was a big drop off there.
Do you want to do the titles?
This is called Miss Mashinsky, First Big Crush.
And the one before?
The one before is called I Wandered Lonely as a Cloud. I'm not going to tell you the title of this one
Okay.
yet.
Right.
I forgot to look up the title, but it's untitled. These are paintings of the night sky in the city. Synecdoche.
These don't really have a title either. Porn drawings, generically called. They're from early 80s, mid 80s. Untitled, I Feel Most Colored, ... 90. Mirror number 7, I think it's from 2007, something like that. A film, some stills of a film I did called Death of Tom from, I don't remember, anyway, 2008. very hard to read, but Stranger in the Village painting from 2009. And then
So I have some questions.
me too.
You included a very early work in the images we chose. It doesn't seem so, 1985?
Yeah, 85.
It doesn't seem so abstract to me, but it does seem transitional. If it is transitional, did it seem transitional at the time you made it, or does it seem transitional only in retrospect?
You know, this painting, it's actually on paper, and it's pretty small, but there's a sort of funny history around this group of works, which is all the work before this was indebted to Klein and de Kooning. So those are the heroes. And so the work that I was doing was abstract painting, sort of in the vein of those people, you know. But I kind of ran into a wall because there was sort of nowhere to go with that work for me. I couldn't figure out how to push it forward, couldn't figure it out what it meant to me, what my relationship to that history was. And so that drawing is kind of in this transitional period where I'm still making paintings that look like abstract paintings, you know, so there's this ground and I just sort of push paint around for a while until I get something that looked good. And then I decided, well, these things don't have any content, so why don't I introduce content? And I think that content came from thinking about, at that point, thinking about Twombly or Johns, you know. But I also realized that when we were talking earlier, I was thinking that the Johns I was looking at were probably the numbers or the alphabets. And I thought, well, I actually want words, not just alphabets, you know. They have to say something. And so scrawled into this sort of still wet, sort of painterly ground were these stories I lifted from porn magazines. Sort of first-person narratives.
Oh, those weren't your stories?
They're never my stories. What? How
Right,
long have I known you?
Right, I know. I ask you that question every time I come into your studio.
I know. Did you write that? Like, no. Can we just make this an annual question instead of like every time? Yeah, of course. So all the work is quotation from. Well,
so
not all.
before you got to the words,
Okay. Yeah.
Was there a point at which de Kooning was the teacher for you, or would any?
No, because I
can
think
you
it was really about the mythology around abstraction. So this mythology, this sort of notion of freedom and encounter with the paint, that was what I was interested in. I don't think it was thinking about de Kooning in terms of, like, I never had that kind of like, oh my God, you know, water emulsion. That was never the point. It was more like, oh my God, you can do what you want. Look, they make these giant canvases and they kind of wrestle with this paint in their studio. And the idea of that was more important to me. That was the draw, you know. But I think it was interesting what Bryce was saying about, you know, Pollock teaching you how to be an artist and de Kooning teaching you how to paint. Because Pollock never was on my radar at all. De Kooning was very much present, but I don't think I learned anything from de Kooning. Or at least I learned what I couldn't do. And so the de Kooning-esque parts of my practice became literally the background, you know?
What you couldn't do, meaning what you weren't capable of?
No, I could do it. It looked like a abstract painting, sort of. But it wasn't, you know, whatever content there is in de Kooning was not in my paintings.
I see.
And so to keep doing that, you know, these sort of abstractions empty of a kind of intent and content seemed to be. And in some ways, I think my practice is very literal. You know, I sort of thought, well, how do you get content into painting? Well, you put it in by taking content from somewhere.
That's kind of what I did too.
Yeah, and just put it in there. Yeah.
I was kind of wondering if that was the cheap shot, that was a cheap shot. But
Well, that's an interesting question because, you know, this is at a moment when there's certainly precedents for thinking about text in art. You know, 85, I was looking at Barbara Kruger, and I was looking at Jenny Holzer, and, you know, so there were, you know, looking at Joseph Kassouf, or, you know, so there were certainly other models outside of painting, besides looking at, you know, Twombly and Johns, but it was the content that was important, you know, like
Right.
what that content was, not just simply words or just simply letters. It's sort of what that content, and the content generated what the paintings looked like rather than.
did you have a struggle when you were a student about content, like content being the whole form and content? Maybe we shouldn't even go in this direction because
Well, I didn't go to fancy grad school like you did.
I
so-
didn't go to grad school.
Oh, really?
What are you talking about?
Oh,
I mean, I went to grad school for a semester, but I didn't.
oh. Fancy undergrad. Yeah, they didn't even let us in the library at Yale. We couldn't, you know. Anyway, just kidding. Just kidding.
All right, I'm going to move on to another question.
Okay.
So there have been many times I've come to your studio to judge a painting, mostly to help figure out if it's finished. Often I'll comment on the legibility or the illegibility of the text or whether you wrote it or not. That never seems to matter to you. I mean, the legibility. And I keep asking it even though it doesn't seem to matter to you, and I kind of wondered whether that has something to do with abstraction.
Yeah, because I don't think I make abstract paintings, but I make paintings that use text that go towards abstraction. I don't know if that makes, yeah, you can tell from your face that doesn't make any sense. But
You mean once it becomes illegible?
yeah,
Really?
yeah. Why not?
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe that's related to when Bryce was talking about using calligraphy, but not concerning himself with that it was it's a language.
Yeah, but I think, you know, that was I found that really interesting, but I'm starting with specific text. You know, this painting, for example, Baldwin text using silkscreen ink and coal dust, like those materials are generated by thinking about the text. And so working on these paintings, they take a text to a kind of abstraction because those materials don't produce legibility, you know, they sort of work against, you know. And that was the whole struggle when I started using text, was when I first started using text in the paintings, they were all about thinking of how do I make this material, you know, oil paint, stay clean, give me sharp edges. And then I realized that it doesn't do that, you know.
Because it's oil paint.
Because it's oil paint, and the fact that it tended towards abstraction, that the letters themselves, the words, sort of bled into one another or became illegible, was more interesting than the fact of trying to force them into this kind of rigid, you know, legibility.
Through process.
Yeah, yeah. But also back to content, you know, if you're using an essay like James Baldwin's Stranger in the Village, it's a very panoramic kind of text. It's trying to deal with a lot of things, like his relationship to European culture, colonialism, his relationship to America and the civil rights movement. And it seemed like Baldwin's essays trying to deal with difficulty. And so, in a way, for me, the paintings had to be difficult, you know, or had to deal with this kind of stage a kind of, you know, maybe that's a cheap shot, I'm staging difficulty, you know. But the text is in the world. That's, you know, you can go out and buy that text.
Yeah,
That's
I
not
don't-
what the
I think
paintings are
it's-
trying to do.
It's not the same kind of difficulty that Bryce was talking about, but it's it overlaps a little bit with that kind of difficulty, and it's a difficulty unto itself that's, to me, totally interesting and relevant. We should do this more often because I'm figuring I'm learning a lot. Okay, so I just threw this in here while we were listening to Vincent and Bryce speak. So I was once on a panel with Andrea Miller-Keller, and she at some point just said that conceptualism had held sway in the art world as long as abstraction, which I've thought about since she said it. When she said it, I thought, wow, that's true, maybe even longer. I don't think that's exactly true, but just the fact that we can even entertain that is kind of astonishing to me. And I don't know, do you have any comment about that? Because I think it's a huge, it's the huge, I was going to say cloud hanging over. It's just the big transition between, the last discussion and this discussion, certainly. And it just popped into my head when Bryce said he wasn't sure about Kuhn's yet.
Right.
Which I sort of feel the same way.
No comment.
I mean, I know how I feel about Damien Hirst, but I'm not sure about Kuhn's.
Right. That's a hard question, because I was thinking about, a painting like that, which comes, I think, as much from thinking about Sol LeWitt as it does thinking about Johns, say. So taking a sentence, starting at the top of a canvas, working down, letting whatever accumulates by stenciling that stencil on a canvas happen, setting up this system. But this system is much more idiosyncratic, maybe, than LeWitt would allow, and the system is...
Right, you had instructions for yourself, but...
Nobody else can really do it. Well, other people can do it.
Well, not completely, apparently.
Don't go there.
You're the one who went there.
I know, okay. So, I only make my paintings. Nobody else works on them, except for the boring parts in the middle.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's true. You can't... what you've found in recent years is that no one else can make your paintings for you completely.
Right, yeah, because they don't know how to spell.
That's... Yeah.
So
anyway, that's a really good segue for this other question I have. Sol LeWitt said that...
You can't ask me all the question. Okay, go ahead. Sure.
Well, I don't know how much time we have left. I mean, I don't think we're halfway anyway.
No.
Sol LeWitt said that he thought Smithson would primarily have become a filmmaker,
right?
Had he lived, which is why I chose the film stills of his. But I also wanted to echo the stills from your own film work, which started out as film, right, before it was video.
Right.
As I recall, there was a mistake mechanically in the shooting of your film, which turned out to be fortuitous. Can you talk about this?
Well, that's the Smithson. Oops, went too far. The film that I made was about thinking about literature. I guess all the work comes out of text in one form or another. So thinking about Uncle Tom's Cabin and doing research and looking at Thomas Edison's version of Uncle Tom's Cabin. So Thomas Edison made hundreds and hundreds of silent films, and he chose subject matters that were going to be popular, and Uncle Tom's Cabin was a popular text. And so he made, I think the film is only about 21 minutes or something, and it's silent, and it has some intertitles. And it seemed very strange to me because I thought, well, how you know what's going on? And then I realized, oh, this is like the Bible, when this film was made in 1903, people still had Uncle Tom's Cabin as a text in their head. They could fill in the narrative, what wasn't there. So I was going to do this, it's kind of a strange project. I was going to do this film that was based on Uncle Tom's Cabin, but do it as Edison would have done it. Hand-cranked camera, silent, actors, and all of that. And when the film was shot, it just was not in focus. Something was wrong with the camera, and it sort of appeared like this. And that seemed like a disaster. But I thought, well, so much of my work is about taking a kind of text narrative to abstraction, and this is what I've done. I've taken this story and turned it into an abstraction. And so that's kind of the desire came to sort of use this failed footage to make this film. It also has a soundtrack that was commissioned by the artist, pianist Jason Moran. And what was interesting about Jason playing on top of this abstract film was that he played it as if it was a narrative film. And so so that was a kind of amazing moment where you realize text creates a kind of, music creates a kind of narrative that this abstraction does not have. It's sort of related to the discussion about titles,
But just a question about the process of that. Had the whole thing failed?
Yeah.
There wasn't any part of it that was...
Well, you could read the title on the top right corner. It says Death of Tom, but that was the only part that was
And you
legible.
shot the whole... There was was it a 20-minute, also 21-minute?
I think, we shot probably more than that. I think I used every bit of footage that we shot, so it's probably 40 minutes of film. Yeah. So, speaking of title, I want to ask you about, I guess, Agnes Martin, but is that too hard? So anyway, I'll ask and we'll see where we go. So this is a quote from Susan Howe, poet, and she says, "I remember a show of Agnes Martin's at Green Gallery, small minimalist paintings, but each one had a title. It fascinated me how the title affected my reading of the lines and colors. I guess to me they were poems even then." And so we could talk about titles because you're so specific in your titling of your work, but I guess we could also talk about...
We could talk about that. We could talk about that later, too. I kind of...
Okay, preempted.
No, just because you brought up Susan Howe and Agnes Martin, I thought it would be more interesting to talk about Agnes Martin.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'm not sure
Yeah.
what I have to say about Agnes Martin, but she's someone, her work has influenced me a lot. And
She wasn't in our slideshow.
it's fine. There's a quotation from Susan Howe where she says, maybe it's related to that quotation that you just read, but she says that she enjoys work. She's talking about abstract work, severely abstract work, and she describes it as spare and infinitely suggestive. So that's sort of that's the kind of work that really has always spoken to me, and that's kind of, as an adult artist, that's kind of where I started, I think, or as a beginning artist. And I think for me it came from Romanticism. So before I was an adult artist, when I was in college, I read a lot of 19th century English poetry. That's pretty much what I did that's what I majored in.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was that, kind of Edmund Burke's notion of the sublime that I cut my aesthetic teeth on. And so there's this aspect of terror and being lost that has always affected what I do. It's kind of like where I need to get. So that's why I was so interested in that, asking Bryce about, what he expected to come out of that, because that's sort of like, and that's the difficult painting that interests me the most. I don't know what it means. It's really there to allow my imagination to have some room, some space. And I first began to be able to kind of think about it really well in college after I ran across a letter that Keats wrote to his brothers when he talks about this notion of negative capability. I wrote it down.
And this is before you've started painting?
Well, I took a couple painting classes in college, but I didn't, like, at that point, I really wanted to be a poet.
Oh.
And I was either going to be I wanted to be a poet. I was sort of abandoning becoming a doctor. And yeah, I eventually, so that actually that doubt about becoming a poet or becoming a doctor through my whole life has informed a lot of what I've done.
I know.
But let me,
Yeah.
So this Keats quotation, it just starts off, "At once it struck me what quality went to form a man of achievement, especially in literature, and which Shakespeare possessed so enormously. I mean, negative capability, that when man is capable of being in uncertainties, mysteries, doubts, without any irritable reaching after fact and reason." So yeah, when I started really looking at painting, it was Rothko that I thought had this the most. And I thought later on when I looked at and listening to Bryce Martin speak, I think he has a very strong negative capability also, like not having to, like being able to make a difficult painting.
Right.
It's like not an easy thing, obviously, but
It's interesting, because I think you've talked about, a number of lectures I've heard, you've talked about this issue of doubt in painting, how it recurs as it's always there, kind of.
yeah, it used to be my great boogeyman. I just I would want to quit and go to medical school because because I wanted to get to this point where I was lost and didn't know what I was doing. It's sort of painful, and if it's not productive, then it's even more painful. And so but I finally realized not that long ago, I'm in my 50s now, probably sometime in my 40s, I realized that was where everything productive came out of doubt for me. So it hasn't helped me become that much more productive to know that, but it's made me realize I'm not going to go to medical school.
Right. Well, could we talk a little bit more about Rothko's? Because there is this question about sort of when you encounter something, and maybe you could talk about the first time you encountered Rothko and what he meant.
Yeah, I can't remember, but I do remember. So I had in retrospect, I had a very sheltered upbringing, and and I had almost no art, no visual art. There was quite a bit of music in the background. Rothko. So there are these descriptions that people have of their experiences in front of, oh, well, to finish that thought about my upbringing, I just, you know, I probably start, you know, it wasn't as bad as being the kind of kid who goes to college and puts up the Escher poster, but I didn't know much beyond a little bit about Impressionism, I guess, in college, and, you know, I really was like a pre-med English major, and but I started to look at art towards the end, and so when I was around 20, around there, and I started to look at Rothko, that was the point at which I could most, I could get closest to that experience that other people, that I subsequently understood that other people had in front of Rothko, which was like this experience of the sublime that I kind of studied, reading all that poetry. And I think it was the kind of experience that he might have been having making this. I mean, he had it, I think, to the nth degree. But I think he was able to transmit it to some of his viewers. So I never got all the way there. I believe these people that have these strongly emotional experiences in front of Rothko's paintings. And I remember having some emotion in front of those paintings. I can't as much anymore, or I hesitate to say at all, but it's almost like that, and it's very sad. That part for me is very sad. I once was asked to be on a panel at the Whitney on the occasion of Rothko retrospective there, and I was sitting there, you know, writing this thing, and I realized, I can't really write this unless I go to the Rothko Chapel, because I'm writing about the Rothko Chapel without ever having been there. So I did this. I got in a plane. I went to Houston. I got in a cab. Had this interesting conversation with the cab driver, who gave me his card and said that when he found out I was an artist, he said, you're an artist, I'm an artist too. And he gives me this card that says that he's a videographer and he does weddings and stuff. And at the end he says that, it also says that he's a preacher. And at the end he says, "Are you a believer, Byron?" And I said, "No, I'm not. I'm not a believer." And he said, "You gotta believe. You gotta be a believer." So that was the ride to the Rothko Chapel. So,
Wow.
I get to the Rothko Chapel. I spent about 4 hours in there, and then my return flight was coming, so I had to get in another cab, which wasn't as interesting, and then I came back. But when I was in the chapel, I think I've been there subsequently a number of times and have had, and that space is, because of those paintings, I mean, the architecture itself, the space itself is not interesting, is a really charged space for me. But that first visit was this unbelievable disappointment, because I don't know if it was because it was before they were cleaned, but I couldn't see anything. They were just these brown paintings, and I just was so upset, or I can't even describe the emotions, that I wasn't feeling the right thing, or anything, and anyway,
But
I'm just sort of describing how strongly I feel about the whole issue.
But you'd seen Rothko paintings in other settings. So.
Yeah, so this wasn't, I don't know, this was 15 years ago, but I was talking about 30 years ago before when,
Right.
when I was perfectly, when I had really strong feelings. Not that I don't have strong feelings now, but I think I think, it's just human to feel very really strong emotions at that period in one's life. It's almost biological.
Right.
And
I think that's true, and I think there's de Kooning that I had strong feelings about at MoMA, and I was in my 20s, early 20s, so there was this kind of almost mystical attachment to this painting. I would go visit it at MoMA. It was Pirates from '81, and that painting seemed to speak to me, like not voices speak, but sort of transmit its meaning to me. And it was very strong. That feeling was very strong. And
was that the strongest that an abstract painting kind of spoke to you?
I think so.
And that was when you were in your 20s.
21, 22. And maybe that has to do with, as you're saying, that's the age when you have big feelings. You're trying to figure out your place in the world. It's all very, I just saw Boyhood. The end of that movie is all about him trying to figure out, like, what's my place in the world?
Yeah.
What are these big things that I'm trying to grasp with, And so the experience, and I'd seen de Kooning paintings before, but it was just maybe just that moment, where I just thought, oh, here it is. Here's what I want art to do for me, and it doesn't do that very often.
Right, and it's really wonderful when it does. That's what art can do, and abstract painting, I think, in particular. He's not an abstract painter, but we were talking before about how Felix talked about how, there's some quotation that you were looking at, or something that you knew about him.
Right. He's asked some interview who he makes his work for, and he says, I make my work for my lover Ross, and it's basically him saying that he wants the work to have this space for emotion, as well as the politics. He says he wants the work to be contaminated by the social, and I found, in a way, I find I'm as influenced by those statements, his work, as I am any abstract painter, And I think Felix made abstractions too, or he made things that looked like abstractions,
Right.
stacks or something,
Or the candy.
yeah.
So this is a piece called Perfect Lovers, and I have a version of it in my studio. I don't know if
Yeah,
you've
I
ever
do too.
noticed it. But it's above the door,
Right.
and I found these clocks at IKEA. They were unbelievably cheap, like $4 or something, and they're way too loud. But so they're identical, except they have these photographs on the background.
Well, like Kurt Cobain.
Yeah,
right?
one's Kurt Cobain, and the other
Yeah.
one's Curious
About the
George.
Sublime,
Yeah. So I was thinking about that. Like, at first, I just grabbed those. Like, there were many choices. I think there was Audrey Hepburn, but I don't think it was an accident that I chose those. I was just thinking about this yesterday, because reading to my children has been the part of, like, the strongest feeling thing for me in my recent life. They're all pretty much grown now, so it's been a while, but I really miss that. And so that, the Curious George part, it's very Wordsworthian. Wordsworth had these spots of time where he thought back on certain moments in childhood and it kind of exploded into this kind of infinitude of imagination and emotion. And then Kurt Cobain, that's a little late for me. For me, unfortunately, it's more like Ozzy Osbourne or Van Halen.
Right.
But that was like the time of really strong emotion.
Right.
You know, those pre any art, any visual art for me. So I think it's okay to be associating Felix's work with that, at least in the privacy of my own studio.
We only have 15 minutes, but I do want to ask the Anquara. Can we talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I just wanted to, sure.
Or maybe Ryan?
I was going to go,
What do you-
yeah, either way. I just wanted to, so that is the painting of mine that's a fairly recent painting that I find, it's not really emotional, but it's like vaguely, it's melancholy. That's a good word. So it's this stripe painting that I made. It's about 3 by 4 feet, and it has to do with driving my son and then my daughter up the FDR to go to Randall's Island to play soccer. And it's this New Yorker's view. It's not the coffee table version, but the New Yorker's view of the Secretariat building of the UN complex. And everybody knows this building, but they see it kind of broadside across the East River, probably from Randall's Island, looking straight at the curtain wall. So I hope that when people come upon this painting, it looks, why would a stripe painting why is that one color so much darker in value, and why are the 2 colors on the sides the same, and why is it somewhat why would a stripe painting be atmospheric? And then it's the UN building, and there's all this about failure, and so there's all this stuff that we're not getting to about failure and time and Reinhardt.
No, we're not going to get to it because we don't have time, but it is interesting to think, I guess thinking about Felix again, this sort of notion of he can make his work for his lover Ross, but he also situated the work in the world, So if you think about like his, portraits, when he did portraits of people, and there would be events from their life mixed in with big events of the world, the Mariel Boatlift, and then his father's death, so one is always situated sort of in the small, in the personal, but also in the big, which is Anquara too.
Right. That's why I think time is like the big abstraction.
Right.
And
we were very deliberate about our Anquara choice because it's in the National Gallery's collection, and we thought, because this show does so much expand the boundaries of what we imagine abstraction to be, wouldn't it be interesting if the Anquara were there? Does Anquara make abstract paintings? He makes paintings about time, and time is a kind of abstraction, but does he make abstract paintings?
Yeah, I started to think seriously about time through Smithson, actually, I think. And really with Smithson's writings first, before his artwork, because I didn't understand his artwork very well at first. And Smithson was a huge fan of B science fiction movies, and I can't think of a good example offhand, but Godzilla is kind of a bad example, but maybe it's good that it's a bad example, according to Smithson. So Godzilla is this Godzilla is a dinosaur, so he's prehistoric. It's from way back in geological time. But he's also, he's a space alien from who knows, astronomical time. So I just love that in that being, and Smithson really enjoyed that kind of collapsing of time. And so Kawara's date paintings are, they're this specific moment in time, and it's so much about our being human and being mortal, I think, and this little moment in time. So it's very much what you were just speaking about. It's very kind of synecdochal, like a little spot of time in relation to everything, which is something that I'm always really interested in.
Should we, in last 10 minutes, do questions? There's a mic somewhere. I think she's gonna. You have to wait for the.
When you said before that a painting spoke to you, what did it say?
It said, well, I don't know if it really spoke to me in words. It was more like I understood it, or I thought that's what good painting did. It transmitted its meaning. And that's nothing to do really with words. But there's a longer version of that story, which is that I finally got glasses and it didn't speak anymore. I mean, I still love the painting, but I think it's also, I first saw that painting at MoMA, and this is probably right after it was made, is 81. I think I saw it maybe in 82 at a show there or something. And then by 85, I'm already not wanting to paint like that, not being able to find a way to use de Kooning as a model. So I still love that paintings, and I still love de Kooning as an artist, but I had to find a different, the things that spoke to me were text after that point.
Did that cartoon occasion that question? No.
Hi, this question's for Byron.
Oh, hey.
Hi. You kind of touched on this when you talked about the Ankawara paintings, but I'm curious to know about your relationship to Vantage Point. Thinking about your Sunday paintings or the night sky paintings and even the UN building painting, like what's the importance for you as far as like your position in terms of like what you're looking at in terms of your subject, like Vantage Point?
Vantage point or point of view. It's always as a really small little dot, like a really, it's incredible to be a human being and alive, and it's sad too, and just being so small in this vastness, which, in this auditorium doesn't seem so vast, but it's huge. So I don't know. That's the only way I can answer that question, is that, it's from this very small vantage point, like almost microscopic.
Hi, is this working? This is for Glenn. I was wondering what your feelings are surrounding wall text, because it seems like your work tries to, through using text, tries to eliminate meaning by making it illegible, but wall text seems to also eliminate meaning by adding, like, by
I'm sorry, I thought you said
recontextualizing it.
eliminate meaning.
Or not, or
illuminate.
I mean, abstracting the text is a way of creating or recontextualizing the text into a different context. And I was wondering if you've ever thought, if you use wall text when you've shown work, if you've thought that it might recontextualize your work.
You mean if I've actually written wall text, or if I've thought the wall text that circulated around the work was in some kind of relationship to the work that I didn't want?
Yeah, the latter.
Right. I remember once, and I think it was at the Baltimore Art Museum, I had a very dense coal dust painting using a Baldwin text up. And I didn't see this, but a friend saw the painting, and he said they've transcribed the text in the painting from the painting and put it on the wall label. But the text was very difficult to read, so, there were all these gaps where they couldn't figure out what it said. And I thought, well, certainly this is from a book. But I thought it's more an anxiety about, to be fair, not a curatorial anxiety, but maybe an educational, education department anxiety about the viewer's difficulty, and that museums are not spaces where viewers have to struggle with things. And so let's transcribe this text as if that struggle wasn't somehow part of the work, part of the point of the work. And so those are the moments when I think there is this kind of, I don't know, not taking the viewer seriously, that they need to be told everything. Everything needs to be explained for them. And, but Byron always asks me these questions about, when people say, like, oh, what's the text in your painting? And I kind of wave my hands, kind of. But it does come up as a question, and it's an interesting question for me, because I'm not saying I say stranger in the village. Well, okay, stranger in the village, Baldwin text, what is that essay about? It leads to all these other questions. But I think we're in a world where that knowledge is possible to get. It's not hard to get that,
Yeah, and that brings us to the title thing too, I think.
Right.
Because
right.
often, circles back to the didactic text, I guess. Often the titles are, sometimes the titles are key.
I admit I'm sloppy about them, Like, you think through your titles much more.
Titles are hard.
Specifically.
Oh, I don't think so.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is that it?
This is sort of silly, and it's not exactly a question, but I went to the Rothko Chapel 40 years ago with my two little children, and I looked at those, I thought, black things, and I didn't understand what they were, and I stood there, and I finally decided that I'd look at the concrete and the way the lights worked, and all of that seemed more interesting to me than these black things. But it was a gray day, and Houston is a very gray city. I went years later. I didn't realize they'd been cleaned. It was a sunny day, and suddenly I could see. And I don't know if you ever had a seeing time after.
Yeah, I had basically the same experience as you, although it was, the amount of time was a little bit collapsed. But yeah, I think you were looking at really dirty paintings. And
40 years ago they were dirty?
yeah, they were cleaned not that long ago. And yeah, I don't know how, it was a sunny day the first time I went. And yeah, I've had really very interesting experiences in there subsequently. And, time is very strange in that space too. And yeah, time is so strange in general.
I think we have time for one last question.
Byron, I'm curious about the Knight's painting, your decision to put the frame around the edges in relation to the discussion of abstraction.
Okay, I'll try to make this short because we're just about to run out of time. But so I'd been working on these paintings for a year, more than a year, at least 2 winters. And so when I'm working on stuff, I often work in series, and when I'm working on stuff, I have 2 people that I go to give the thumbs up or the thumbs down. They're very reliable. I trust them a lot. And they're Glenn and Lisa Siegel, who's here. So I had been working on these paintings, and they were of the night sky in the city, so basically of the light polluted night sky, which I realized one day was quite beautiful. You know, the V.S. Selman's night sky is everybody knows that's beautiful, but I just realized, wow, is it really violet? And it wasn't like that last night, was it? And so I started making these paintings of them, but the field encompassed the whole painting. So basically, I think what I asked Glenn and Lisa in, after struggling with these paintings, they were very difficult. After struggling with these paintings for like a year and a half, thinking that I might actually get the thumbs down, and then I probably would have moved on. There were a few of them, you know, half a dozen of them, I guess. But I didn't get either the thumbs up or the thumbs down. I got like, from both of them separately, and they both said the same thing, which was, we know what you see in them, but we don't think anyone else is going to see that, what you're seeing. So I struggled with that for a long time, and Lisa, I don't know if I should say this, but Lisa actually almost begged me to stop painting them. And because I was kind of getting miserable about it. And then I started to paint these edges, which had something to do with the small part, you know, the shadows or the architecture. It's all kind of small compared to everything, because the reason why we have this night sky is because the light is bouncing off, I don't know, clouds or particles in the air. And so that's how these borders, these strips on the side came in. There's always at least one. Sometimes there are 2, and often there are 3, but there are never 4. And there's except in one of them, they're always open on the top. So that's the boring story about the borders in the night sky paintings.
Thanks so much, Byron and Glenn. So we'll take a quick break, and if we could all gather at 3:20 for Thomas's and Amy's conversation. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We can take our seats and get started. It's my pleasure to introduce both Amy Silman and Thomas Eggerer, both friends, both teachers at Bard. Amy has a show at Bard now, if you haven't had a chance to see it. And I know that Thomas is preparing for a show in Los Angeles in October, so if you're there at the Richard Tellis Gallery, if you have a chance to see that. So please join me in welcoming Amy and Thomas.
Hello?
Okay.
Hey. We're so nervous. We're fiddling. We're fidgeting. We don't have any images.
Yeah, true.
We didn't bring any pictures, so you're going to have to use your imaginations.
big time.
I mean, okay. Oh wait, can I just ask, who are we supposed to look at when it's the 15-minute sign? Okay, thanks. Just so that I'm not going like. We didn't really know how to approach this, and we kept writing them and saying, "What are we supposed to talk about? What are we supposed to talk about?" And they said, they didn't really help us. So we were winging it in an improvisational act of artistic mimesis. It's just like us being in our studio.
Yeah, exactly.
And I wanted to just say that we have studios down the hall from each other, and so I loved it when Byron said that he asks Lisa and Glenn to, when things are done, because I actually think one of the most key, crucial things about thinking about abstraction is figuring out when it's done. It's like, first of all, it's always the first question that groups of people ask: how do you know when you're done? And I always say I don't, and it's a big philosophical aspect of making abstract paintings. And being done is actually like, it's kind of a privilege. It's like really fun and a privilege to have a conversation with somebody on an ongoing basis where you can always, they look at all this stuff that is either, isn't too, in my case, it's always overdone, or it's never going to be done or something. But anyway, Thomas has seen my work in all stages of undress, and I have seen his as well, from nude to underwear to too much clothes with robes on top, and I've urged him to take it into different states of dress, and he has me too. So I feel like our conversation, like when we were starting to talk about like how we were going to talk together, we wanted to really just ask each other questions, basically, and talk about what it's like for us to make partly abstract paintings, what it's like for us to confront and look at abstract paintings, like what are we looking at when we look at them, what are we doing when we're making them, what did we come with, the baggage or the ideas that we came with. And I guess that's what we came up with all kinds of plans about different questions that may not be germane anymore, but I noticed that like one thing that both sets of people talked about was the question of difficulty, which I thought was actually really touching and very true to form. Like Bryce said, that it's really important to make a difficult painting, and you guys both said difficulty in itself was sort of a thing to be worked with. And so it kind of connects to something that we've talked about a lot. Thomas is German and I'm American, so we have very different ways of approaching work. But we were talking about in a weird way, like the difficulty for Thomas and and myself to see things the same way with the same kind of framework, because we don't come to it with the same information or pre-assumptions at all. Like it is so not universal.
Yeah, it's true.
And so, I mean, I was kind of, maybe you could, like you were like, just say the thing you were saying right before we came on about like, about where you would see the modern art when you were growing up.
Oh, well, yeah. So I grew up in Munich. My father was a scientist. I didn't really grow up with art. I have, yeah, that's a bad habit of mine. Anyway, so I really think that my encounter with, we're talking about painterly abstraction, mostly of the 50s. I think
like this kind of stuff.
This kind of stuff in the widest sense, even though there's a Daniel Buren, which kind of points in a different direction. But anyway, I don't think that there is there was a problem with that sort of in Germany for two reasons. I think that first of all, there was a cult of the contemporary in the 50s for contemporary art, and artists like Polke and Richter were very suspicious of that, or that generation, because they saw it sort of as an alibi to not get involved with, look back, they would say like, oh yeah, we are so contemporary, we're so cool, we have left all that behind us. So that generation, the first like genuine like post-war German generation, had an averse reaction towards abstract American expressionism. And I think that had repercussions, you know. I mean, they would respond to airbags in their own way and to minimalism, but it would result in a more distanced and analytical approach to the gesture. So for me, when I listen to people saying like, okay, I stand in front of their painting and I enjoy that in that way, I would guess a German person wouldn't have that type of experience because it wasn't, there was a cataclysmic rupture, you know, and I think such an experience where you really can absorb something in an affirmative, positive way, it kind of necessitates a continuous flow in a certain environment, sort of, and I think there is a certain type of distrust of the direct expression in my cultural context. So there is a difference for that.
But, you know, I mean, I was thinking about also like, okay, there's this German tradition of negation and distrust and skepticism, which partly arises from post-war, from the war and the post-war. But at the same time, like when Byron and Glenn were talking about kind of adding content or adding meaning or something, at the same time, I kind of think that we're really connected, like our friendship is kind of partly built on the idea that neither of us, I don't think either of us thinks that like there's the form and the content. You guys said, well, we don't want to go there. I don't really know why you didn't quite want to go there. I'm not sure, but I mean, I felt like very strongly, like when you were talking about that, like I was like, oh, I don't have that, I didn't have that experience in art school. I don't know if this is because I'm an American, but like...
The form content.
Yeah, for me, like form was content, flat out, definitely.
That's different, very different from
content was not like separable from form. Content was form, and form was content on a really basic level.
No.
And,
my
and I don't think that was...
also my decision-making process is, I mean, I have to say, like, I work mostly figurative, and figures will be coming from a media context. I mean, I collect images, and I have sort of an archive, and things may sit there for a long time before I get involved with it. But, and I don't really think so much about mid-century abstraction, certainly, but I do think about abstraction in space. What is an abstract space in my work is probably a kind of a pure color space, and the spaces in my work are both expanding and restricted, but there is a concept of infinity possibly looming. So these are abstract ideas of space, and my thinking of space is also, I would say, influenced by my collage making, which is another different component. So there's definitely modernist space, and thinking through form, figure-ground relationships, because they have to do with something I think I strive paradoxically in all of my work is I chose a strong subject matter. Strong meaning could signify all kinds of things. Masculinity, I can talk about that a little bit later, but I think for me the big question is how to have any subject matter and how to push it out of the potential illustrational aspect, so that the viewer is saying like, oh, I understand, he likes this and that will set pretty much the perception of the piece. And I find to push this painting, despite its subject matter, into a space of ambivalence and doubt and openness, that doesn't mean arbitrariness, but a very specific guided openness. That is something that I have, that's the task, sort of.
But like when I go in your room, I mean, first of all, we always talk about feelings, and we also talk a lot about color, and as you said, space. And I feel like, I mean, I'm giving you this image so that you know, in case you don't know his work, how it looks like. When I go in your room and look at the paintings that aren't done, we talk about all this abstract stuff, or this form. It's not abstract, but we talk about formal things.
Yes.
Like, I will say like, oh, you know, like that pole is getting in my way, or, you should extend the blue, or you would say, like, I don't like this purple color, and it should be matched by it should be, have a acidic green above it, or something. Like, you think in these ways that I think are what abstraction is supposed to be, even though you sort of say, like, I have, you sort of deny or denounce your relationship to these abstract things, or formal things.
No,
but I think you
I
are
wouldn't.
seeking them.
Yes, I seek them. I think they are absolutely necessary for any kind of depiction that transcends the subject matter without betraying it, sort of. It's just a dance, you want to roll it like a ball ahead of you, but you want it, while you roll it, you want it to gather material, you want it to become thick and fat, but complex, which is basically not unsimilar, I think, to what you are doing, even though your subject matter might not be as recognizable, but you also roll a ball ahead of you, and you hope while it rolls that it gathers things, and there is a certain amount of not knowing, and
maybe we should explain one thing. Like, when we first met, we didn't understand each other's work, and then I think we came to understand it through questioning each other. Because with the first show that I saw of yours, there were paintings of, like, groups of people doing things on the shore of bodies of water, and then there were gigantic collages made out of photograph and color paper that were photographed and then enlarged, and then there were these tiny paintings of letter forms that were completely abstract. And it was a completely promiscuous field, and when I went in to see his show, I was like, I don't really get how to tie all this stuff together. And in the process of getting to know you, I feel like I've understood the material in between all the so-called, like, different forms. But I think the thing that makes the work demanding and in this good way with difficulty is that you force the viewer to kind of draw the line themselves between why is there a letter E on the back wall and a giant painting of 100 bathers, near it with a collage of ballerinas, and
Well, I pushed your work, if I may say that, but I tried to push your work in that direction too, to have a more disruptive idea of what an author is, because of course I didn't invent that myself, that's many artists, German artists do that, and that's of course a very distinct shift from contemporary painterly practice, then say from the one we see at the museum, where you have these very distinct approaches, bringing out very distinct groups of paintings that may probably be very similar at times, So that painting, I feel, has moved away from. There is a hybridity to some extent of languages.
You mean in a general sense?
Yeah.
I mean in the world. Like
in the world, in what I would consider like what contemporary thoughts about paintings are, I would say that, And I find that I don't want to undo, I don't want to even enter the discussion of abstraction versus, or representational versus non-representational, and whether that's obsolete or not, But I sought to have a confrontation between different types of concepts of space possibility, to also make maybe clear that I'm not just a happy figure painter who does what many other people do as well, but I seek to get something out of the figure. And maybe that's my attempt to find something that is a confrontation for me, in a way where I see risk, and the risk is also to be misunderstood in a way. But when I first saw your work, I thought, oh God, that was at the Hirshhorn Museum in Washington. That was the first solo show that I saw of yours, and I thought, oh my God, she puts all these the same format painting, like eye level, even space next to each other. Why? Doesn't she get that? And then there was a block outside of drawings, and I thought, why? That sort of thing. And I think your work is fascinating to me because you have this movability. You can move. You have a very wide range of possibilities, which has changed, I have to say, over the last, 10 years, I think. That has, not from me for sure, but our discussion has certainly touched on these things, and as you say, I maybe what I have taken from you is I found, maybe like the discussion in painting, is a gesture authentic or is it in quotation marks, say? This whole aspect of authenticity and authorship is because it's been so much talked about. I wonder, and you brought that up recently also, whenever there is a gesture involved today, it's automatically not an unmediated thing. It will be in the context of the indexical or other information of the painting, always be an aspect of that
I
painting.
think that.
Yeah,
No,
I know
you
that
think
I know that you don't think
See,
that.
we don't agree. I think there's actually stuff like dependable self in a certain way, even though I understand that the great thing for me about spending a year in Germany, which I did a number of years ago, and having lots of German friends is having this argument. But I generally think that Americans Americans who find abstraction useful find it useful because it asserts something, and it allows them to assert it in different and broader ways. But I think Germans find abstraction useful as a negating tool, and as a kind of way of detaching, and in a way like expressing skepticism.
Yeah, a removal. I think though that you can only uphold that for so long, like there is a moment when that gets a little bit funny and in the way, and
Like,
for
what is that
instance,
moment?
Yeah, like our friend Monica, I talked with her about that, and I have a slightly different take on that, because suddenly...
They probably know her because she had a show here.
Yeah, sometimes
Monica
there is
Baer.
a moment when things get didactic, when even a removal is, and Monica also, it's a complicated question anyway, but I think, I get other things from abstract expressionism, or,
Well, what do you get from it? Like I'm on TV.
We've had a, like I had a show last year when I tried new things, and I was working a lot on the floor, and I was working with the...
You get that from me.
Yeah, okay, fine, I did.
I got it from Helen Frankenthaler.
Helen? Oh, well, anyway, I felt... No, what I wanted, that was a big space in New York. I wanted to have paintings that point into different directions, let's just say that, because I find it very good if you can't figure out how something is really meant in the end. I don't mean that as a negative, it's like, if you are in that space and you think like, oh my God, I really don't, I have to scratch my head, like for Yayoi Kusama, that probably would have been a no-go, but I think, for her to project a viewer who's like, I don't know what is the modus operandi of her decision-making, I would say today that's more interesting in a way. I see that in your work too, you do not want me to be stuck with one type of painting that repeats a certain operation
That's what
that
we
you
have
can
in common.
pinpoint then and say like, she does that,
Well, I think we have this thing in common, which is to prefer a conflictual field of activity. you know, that I mean, I think we've egged each other on in like, you know, you always urging me to make things more different and to put fewer of them up and to make them more demanding and have more space around them and to take up more, you know, this is what you often, your instruction to me is often like to sort of like cool it and like let it be more solemn and demanding. And I feel like my instruction to you is always to like leave it sooner and just like not fuss and just like let it be hang out there in this kind of raw kind of way.
See, that's-
And in some ways we took each other advice.
I've learned that, you know, but I also learned it because it was easier because there was a shift in size. I would just before that have always limited my format so that the figures are basically doll size. They are not even figures, they're figurines, they're like modular representations of the human figure that I could dress and redress well, you know. So what happened now is that the figures got a lot better and bigger, and I realized to God if I was to paint them sort of, you know, I would make a huge, like heavy representational thing, which is of course not interesting to me. So one thing led to another, you know, but that was really opening things a lot for me, also because I could put a very detailed and controlled painting next to something else and without it looking didactic or something, you know.
But that means that like actually we are sort of, this isn't really about abstraction, it's kind of about not being required to complete a kind of representation and to leave it in a kind of form where it's kind of slightly failed and it hasn't necessarily been completed, and in a weird way that's not about abstraction, it's about drawing. To me, where I feel like your work got more drawing-y, I mean what you're saying in a way is that when your figures got bigger, you didn't want to have these big heavy creatures kind of walking through your paintings, and so you let them get more and more transparent, and they were rendered almost as kind of incomplete drawings as they got bigger. And I think in a weird, and I understand that as like a move, and I think that's kind of a way that, I think that's, it's not abstraction, but it's like taking liberties with like the notion of completion or the notion of like, you know, how the field has to make sense. In a way.
I guess I always had that, you know, I also had always like really drawn paintings with no color at all, just pure drawing next to other paintings, but this is taking that to a next step for sure, you know. And I think that is certainly an influence of mid-century American painting mediated through you and others, you know, but I would say that is something that I was opened up to. I had to open my eyes to that.
But can I ask you a question? Don't you think the colors in your painting got weirder and weirder as you went along and more synthetic and more demanding and more I don't know, more more misfitting?
Yeah, more misfitting, but it could also be the opposite. It could also be a painting that is, as you know, like what I'm working on now, like something almost devoid of color. It can be both. But I find you can drive social narrative with color to some extent. You can heat things up or make them very weird and
well, that's what I'm saying. You're kind of formal.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a total formalist, yes. And
well, you're not a total formalist.
Okay, then
you're
I'm
like
not
a weird German formalist. I mean, it's not total and it's not, I don't mean weird, but I mean, your version of formalism is like your version of abstract painting, which is to say that it's what you wish to take, and at the same time, it's like there's this term in the book that we both really liked. And
see, I want to ask you something.
Yeah, okay.
Like, because
But I just want to say this term.
Yeah,
there's
okay.
this term
I
in the essay.
something really problematic. I find what I need is an emotional contact with what I'm doing.
Right.
And because I need the figure to do something, and I need to really understand that, but not in a cognitive, it's not an intellectual understanding. And color plays into that for sure. And a sense of space, a sense of compression of space, and how much space do I offer that figure, and how do I position the viewer, because that's also very important.
Well,
and it
that's-
varies from painting to painting that I will assign the viewer a space, you know, and that may vary. I may want to say like, immerse yourself in this pool of hot pink color, or don't, you know, but that's the idea. So,
But I think, all I'm saying is I think the abstraction in your work, you know, whatever the abstraction is connected to a very deep belief in the very formal means of drawing color, edges, transitions, transparencies, opacities. All of these things are pretty much like the basics of like, you know, like what an abstraction could be built out of,
Yeah.
and that you feel free to misuse it and twist it around and screw it up and have it end in an odd way.
I
And
want
those are,
that.
but you do it formally. All I wanted to say was just that we both, I mean, to go back to this thing that like neither of us have form and content as any particular binary. I just don't think we do.
You have, yeah, but you know, like, that's a tricky question, because like, I think that for me content has a different emotional aspect maybe than for you. I don't know. I mean, for you it could also emerge totally. I mean, I have to say that I have a relationship to photography. I collect. I mean, you know that I found, this is really ridiculous, but I found a book from the early 80s on Boy Scouts, and I mean, it sounds really a little bit funny, but I got so much out of that, you know. There was so classical poses, now it's amazing. And of course, then the task for me is to not have everybody think, oh yeah, he likes boys in shorts. Well, fine. And that's, of course, horrible if that happens. So how do you find ways to make something completely, utterly strange from that, but is not just strange for strangeness' sake,
Right.
but is actually productive in a way.
I understand, but that makes me want to ask you a question, because if we were asked to come and look at these or talk about like what these classical abstractions mean to us. So when, okay, you have this very clearly articulated kind of, what would you call it? It's like a love of the thing going wrong in a way, and being pushed to its edge, and then be colliding with something else. And in that case, which I have in a different way, because I try to push it towards something funny, which is in some ways not supposed to be serious. But I just want to say, like with these urges that we have to go to the edge of what is supposed to be in good taste or something, how do you look at these? Like we go there and we look at the Pollock and the, you know, you love the Guston, I love the Guston. You know, what are you looking at? I'm just curious, when you're looking at it, what are you busy doing? Are you looking at it as a kind of cliche of
I
itself?
love the Guston.
But here's my question. You like things that are twisted and pushed out of their original classical content and context, but when you look at the classical thing, these classical abstractions, do you see them in their, can you go backwards with original eyes and see them in their classical way, or do you see everything in this weird, do we both see everything in this
We see it in a
bizarre
weird
way?
I cannot look at a Pollock painting as if I've never seen one. I mean, it's impossible. I mean, he's such a cultural icon. He was the dude with the stick, you know. I mean, I'm like, so what am I find it's a nervous thing. I thought about that again. Is this a nervous thing? It's a kind of a weird spider webby thing. Do I like it? Oh, I don't know. It looks weird. It looks, I mean, there's only one kind of that painting, you know. What I kind of had always a problem with is the alleged purity of abstraction. That had always been a problem to me, because that's also how part of the education was. The idea was, of course, to overcome narrative and, you know, subject matter, and to arrive at what, at the pure thing, That was a very strongly suggested trajectory, and I was thought like, oh God, sorry, I can't deal with it. It's not going to work for me. So
does that mean that we both share the emotion of hatred in our work?
yeah, I have a hatred towards a prescribed way to how to deal with visual phenomena, and I think you have that too. I actually think you have a hatred for something that comes into place for you too early, maybe, and also, what a lot of painters do. God knows one wants to push beyond what one knows, and I feel that is classically strong with you. And what's very radical about you, I find, is that you go further than other people, and you can actually push things into areas that I find like really, I scratch my head. I don't know how you even got there. I mean that as a positive. It's very hard to untangle sometimes a painting of yours, and but I wonder. It's what I want to ask you. Do you lose track sometimes in between, or is it that you stay, Bonnard, he always said, like, you start with a mood and you will stay with that through the end. That's like it is. And I think in your work, and modernist painting poses a problem in that respect, because, for instance, you always have the complementary contrast, or very often. So for me, there is a potential of a very strong positive mood, Very often. It can be aggressive, but it's joyous, So do you have sometimes, do you think you want to kind of morph that into other directions, or is that something, how do you think, how is the choice of color kind of connected to an emotive and an emotional and to affect in general in your work?
I've been thinking about this lately, that I feel like a couple of different things that I can answer with. One is that I feel like I learned recently through doing animations that I'm not really interested in any picture at all. I'm rather hostile to pictures. And that no matter what I arrive at, I almost always will wreck it. And the only reason I won't wreck it, go for, paint it out, paint it out, paint it out, paint it out. I will almost always paint it out unless I'm kind of also like in an equally kind of hostile way, like deciding sort of stubbornly to refuse to go any further. There's a kind of negative mood or bratty mood or something I get into that I think is productive, where it's like I will be allowed to ruin it, or I will just refuse to even go further. But I think that that is like a boring and kind of staid kind of, or just juvenile kind of place to remain. So I think I try really hard to like see if I can, either make it more, the next pass when I wreck it and go further, I'll try to see if I can make it have more tension or more tenderness or more emptiness or more, loudness or more softness, and I'll try to make each pass have a very different feeling. And the weird thing is that often I just paint like 100 on top of each other, and those other ones are not seen, although you see them. So sometimes there'll be like a very tender, empty, quiet one, and I probably am like sometimes would feel awkward about leaving it in a very different state, although I think I've been encouraged not to be afraid of those differences by you. But I am really interested in, that's why I started putting all these jokes into my work, because I didn't want to have just a reverent attitude, although I do have a kind of quite romantic
jokes?
attitude.
What do you mean by jokes?
Well, like when I started putting my jokes that used to be on the side of my work into the gallery with zines and cartoons and all those things that I've now embedded. I embed them on purpose to contradict the sort of love and reverence that I actually feel like
Yeah, but
for painting.
I also think it's for the viewer, at least for me, a real important breathing space because, otherwise I'm dealing with this animal that is kind of covered in color day and night and just goes crazy in front of a canvas, I'm not saying that's you, but I think your, for instance, your big paintings, there is a certain kind of big painting that you do that is very, very, very hard to get in a way. I think like from the level of investment, and you cannot make one after another of those. You need to disrupt it with a different type of activity.
I guess I think like what we both share, I know she held up the 15-minute sign, so I'm aware of time, but like I feel like the thing that we're both committed to, but from really different sides of the aisle, is the idea of estrangement. I really feel like strongly that both of us seek estrangement, and that in a funny way, both of our relationship to classic modernist painting is both one of estrangement, and at the same time wanting to estrange that further, and at the same time feeling estranged ourselves, and as though we weren't really allowed to go in there. And I do feel that. But are we supposed to, I don't know, I have no idea what time it is. 5 minutes, 10? Should we
What
ask
does that
questions?
mean? Should we ask questions or
We
should
don't
we
know.
talk?
What should we do?
Does that
Okay.
mean 5 minutes altogether?
I don't know, okay,
Okay. Well,
just tell us what to do. We'll just roll on
I
and
just
on
think,
and on.
for me, because I seek in different paintings, as I said, there is a voyeuristic aspect in my work, and I position the viewer, and I make clear that looking at my painting is not a sublime deal. It's more an encounter with something that you realize, in realizing one's own voyeurism, the viewer may understand that this is not just an aesthetic thing that happens.
No.
There's other things involved.
But that's what I mean, like I feel like, that's why I was asking about the classical, what happens when we're looking at classical paintings, because I feel like we're both very involved in trying to make things feel more anxious and more strange or more jarring or to change things. But at the same time, the rap of classical modernist, high modernist, make it new kind of painting is that like this very newness and abstractness contains this vibratory excitement of like estrangement and autonomy and like clarity and freedom and something that is contradictory to what is known. That's the language of all of this kind of painting. And I was just thinking, like, I wonder how we deal with 50-year-old paintings that like we both feel those desires in them and can relate to them. Like I can relate to the aggression of Pollock, and at the same time I cannot look at a Pollock in a properly reverential way. Like it's hard
probably can't relate
to learn it. I mean, or what I don't know. Bryce said, like Pollock is the one that teaches you to be an artist, and I found it actually really hard to learn anything about Pollock until I looked at it for like 30 years. Like it was very difficult for me to understand it because
I
it's
learned
so
a lot
aggressive.
from reading about this text,
Yeah.
The aggression of a mailman to me, a heterosexual mailman, is something that I feel is a bit different than my aggression, possibly. I may think about that, because...
Who's the heterosexual mailman?
Pollock.
He's a mailman?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, what did you say?
Did I say something like that?
Did you say a heterosexual mailman?
Did I? Possibly.
Oh, you mean a mailman? No, I was just thinking about how there's some famous painter that was a
that's
mailman.
good. A mailman, yeah. Okay, he's a man. But
No, I wasn't trying to make
I feel
it.
his,
He's
I
a
feel
mailman.
his aggression is something that I find weird in that sense, but where we going
No,
now?
I know what you mean.
But-
I know what you mean.
But,
I feel like I got further in trying to understand Pollock by reading Harry's text and then having a conversation at a bar with a girl the other night where she was like, we were trying till 2 a.m. to understand Pollock. And I was like, Jesus, we're grown-ups. It's 50 fucking years later. We should understand it. We even saw the movie.
I didn't see it.
I saw the movie with Ed, whatever his name is,
Alter.
Harris, and I was like, but I still
Ach
don't
so.
really understand. And all of a sudden, I understood that, that we were talking, and I was
Also
like,
from-
if painting is about touch, and de Kooning would be like touching you like this. This is de Kooning's touch. But what is this? What is this? What is
Yeah.
always just? This is a person who. That's how he touches you. Only
Exactly.
this.
Yeah, but
And it's
that-
like we were like, what would be the name of that kind of touch? And we were like, flecking.
Yeah. It's a weird thing.
It's really weird.
It's a weird thing.
And so
yeah.
I kind of understood it better after that.
It's, yeah. I mean,
But it
it's
took me 50 years to even get that far.
yeah. I find it's very. I find it's very interesting. It's very hermetic, you know. And I was glad that.
I read art history. I'm just saying, I just want to say, like, I did read all of it, but I didn't really internalize it. Oh, wait, I wanted to say one more thing, and then we could stop. But I wanted to say how unbelievably different it is to read about art than to make it. Like, I don't even think it's the same beast. Like, I think when you go and look at something and read about it, it's a completely different universe than when you've had the experience of trying to figure out how to how that substance works when you're alone all day in a room with, what he said about, the wet brush and all of that stuff is like, I mean, it's just like I couldn't understand Pollock even though I read all the material. And I internalized it, and I'm smart, and I understood it, but I didn't really understand it till the girl and I were having a drink. And I do really think that there is something about making art that makes it feel different to understand it. Totally.
Yeah.
Anyway,
We should have questions, I think. So otherwise.
there's like a little cricket sound. Should we go off the stage or have a
No.
question?
No.
I have a question. Can you hear me? I wondered why there were no visuals. I feel a little bit like a person who came to a swimming party and the pool is frozen.
We weren't told to have
Frozen.
any, so we
Frozen
didn't bring any.
pools.
I thought it
That's
was
good.
extremely interesting to hear what you said, but not knowing your work, I felt at a huge disadvantage. And then I wondered what you felt. You said you liked the Guston. And
Also, how I like the Guston.
yeah,
Yes, I like the Guston.
I wanted you to say more about it.
Ach so, ja, ja. Mhm.
Hold on, Augustine, we have images of those.
No, I liked this quote, and that had to do with this purity fantasies. Yeah, which page is it?
No, I can read it.
Okay.
I know what he said, what he loved. What? Oh. Guston said, there is something ridiculous and miserly in the myth we inherit from abstract art, that painting is autonomous, pure, and for itself. Therefore, we habitually analyze its ingredients and define its limits. But painting is impure. It is the adjustment of impurities which forces its continuity. We are image makers and image ridden.
When you were talking about your friendship, and you would ask each other to view your work, then doesn't it become a collaboration?
Oh, huh. Yeah. Also, not really. I mean, I think I think it's a very, very great thing for artists or for painters to have that.
But does it become less yours?
Because the
Collaboration is
opposite,
not the same as
the
a
opposite
conversation.
would be the recluse in the ivory tower, and that is a model that, I mean, painters are not. I'm not drinking red wine and beret or something, you know, like I'm living, I do many things. Sometimes I'm even writing, I'm teaching. I have many ways to interfere. And of course, it's fantastic to have somebody that has that thinks different about many things, you know, but is so incredibly smart and articulate and such an immense artist.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Actually,
that's I'm lucky about for
yeah,
sure.
actually, as I'm sitting here, I'm writing down various things that that you're saying, which will influence something I'm working on. So I
Cool.
what you're saying completely.
Got one from here.
Hi, question for Amy. Is this on? Yeah. Hi. In your work, I'm here. There's often some figurative content that may be more or less disguised, and I wonder. It made me think about what Glenn said about taking a text and making it to some degree illegible, and whether you see any connection there.
Yeah, I think, you know, I wasn't going to be a painter. I started actually as a Japanese scholar. So my original study in school was to try to learn calligraphy, which I, in a way, like Bryce, you know, sort of approached as a kind of abstract form. But I knew that it was a word and an image, you know, not the kana, but the kanji, you know, which are derived from the Chinese, are, you know, ideogrammed, basically. So I was always aware of the idea of different ways of writing that was more and less legible, more and less disguised, if you want to call it that, or even degraded, you know, down into a place where it was hard to read on purpose. And sometimes I used to think that painters were the equivalent of shoplifters, that, like, you know, the whole thing about being a painter was that you could hide something of value, like, under, like, you know, another layer, and the pleasure of it was that it would not be seen because it was hidden, and because painting was like something that was done in successive layers, and that the succession would eventually hide the thing. So in a way, like, I think, you know, secrets and illegibility and code and stuff is kind of part of, like, at least the way I think about painting and writing. But I also, at the same time, I think I sort of realized in the end that it wasn't so much that I was interested in hiding anything or concealment, as that it was more that I was interested in just the process of change itself, just to see the thing change from one state to another. So for me, like, the scan down in Glenn's work is like the change from, like, a text to an image, and that's what makes it a really incredible experience, because it literally changes its form as you follow it, like, to another part of its own body, you know? Does that answer the question? Huh? Yeah.
Any other questions for Amy and Thomas? Is this thing working? Does it matter? Thank you so much. So forget that thing I said at the beginning about dispensing with formal introductions. I didn't think it was fair to, it just didn't seem right, actually, to say nothing at all in advance of welcoming Yves Lambois to the stage for some concluding remarks. This will obviously be no more than a provisional closure to what has been a marvelous series of opening and expanding conversations about the subjects. But I did want you to, A, have a sense of who he was in case you don't. Most academic members of our audience, all academic members of our audience will certainly have a very clear sense, but those of you who don't should know that Yvelin has written some of the most important monographic and mononotional essays and books on major modernist artists and problems in art of them all. In the cases of any number of major artists and problems, his is the most important work that you can read. This applies to Piet Mondrian, Pablo Picasso, Ellsworth Kelly, Henri Matisse, could go on, Newman, could go on and on. I won't, because I want to get out of the way and just let him do his thing, but I do want to thank him also for his willingness to help us out here. It didn't seem right to miss an opportunity of having a friendship like this and not to include him in some way. So, and he was gracious enough, as he always is, to agree. So, without further ado, Yvelin Bois, Professor of Historical Studies at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton.
Oh, it's good. We can use those visuals. Okay, good. I just have to remember how to spell. But now, this is something I never do. It's just remarks that I didn't want to come and do my old spiel on abstract art because I wanted it to connect to what people would say. So it's just based on my remarks would be just based on things that I've observed out of those 3 dialogues or 3 conversations. And one of the things that struck me the first, of course, it might be logical given the program, which is Conversations on Mid-Century Abstraction, and relate directly to an exhibition that starts with the beginning being abstract expressions. What surprised me the most is how the paradigm of abstract expression is seems to be still totally valid today. How the many things which are said, thought, imagined, seem to relate directly to that period. For example, the notion of doubt as productive. I mean, this was a typical abstract expressionist way of thinking. In Kierkegaard's book, whose title I can't remember in English now, but on Abraham. What's the name of the Kierkegaard book? Amy, you would know that. Huh? Fear and Troubling, was like a book which was read by many of the abstractionist painters, a notion of not knowing where you go being essential to the, this is something which I heard from almost every single artist today, even from those who claim to be estranged from this, from this moment, or would like to show a more conceptual framework to their thinking. So I'm struck by this kind of continuity, as given that what we learn as historians is more about ruptures. Another thing which is close to the abstract expressionism way of thinking is very close, is the difficulty to make a decision, which was to decide when to close. I don't know if most of you might know, but I'll say it anyway. This long session of the Abstractionist Club school where there's the Kooning and the Newman and many others met several times a year during several years, and which some of these discussions are transcribed and published. And one of the main topic was how do you know when something is finished? It was already then very much of an important. It was an important issue then, and I would have thought that by now these kind of issues were, would have been considered to be passé. Well, I'm very delighted to see that they are not. The notion of having to deal with deciding, which is basically having to deal with arbitrary choice or subjective choice, was of course something that had been deliberately attacked by a whole category of art especially around the same time, how to avoid the subjective, how to avoid the personal, how to find a system that allows you not to have to decide, not to have to think, how to, that's a lot of artists, including artists on whom I've worked, have been working that way. So it's interesting to me to see that this kind of more conceptual, let's say, not necessarily conceptual, but more certainly anti-personal type of thinking about art is now seems to be, well, at least for the generation that I see here, or different generations, because Bryce is not the same generation, but seems to be displaced to or a continuity or a return to the notion of a much more subjective choice, even though there are quotation marks. But quotation marks and refusal to subjectivity are different things. Another thing which I was very surprised to hear also is similar difficulty and not difficulty, maybe the right word, but embarrassment with regard to the issue of figurative, non-figurative, abstract, non-abstract. I mean, I heard several times, what's abstract? You know, is Ankarawa making an abstract painting? What is really abstract? I mean, this is something I heard in about almost 3 different dialogues. And it is certainly true that in during the time of the abstract expressionism and after, but in the 50s and in the 60s, Bryce says early 70s too. I don't know. I was a bit surprised that it was that late. But there was a big divide, you know, against or for us. Of course, that was the problem with de Kooning when he made his woman, and he got into the middle of that. Battle. But I would have thought that today this kind of discrepancy doesn't like nobody pays attention to it, and I'm not sure that any of you do, but you speak about it as if it sort of the very fact that you speak about it means that it's still a problem in some ways, maybe an unresolved problem, and I'm always a bit surprised by this kind of that it's still, you know, that something like that could still have any be still of any interest. You know, the idea that it would be this big difference between figuration and abstraction, especially after the way in which pop art certainly changed the matter. I mean, you could be figurative or abstract in a very personal or impersonal way. You could there were all kind of ways to divide the pie, and it seemed to me that the figurative / abstract way of dividing the pie is not the most productive, and so I'm just surprised that it stays there. I would have thought it would have been evacuated from the conceptual landscape, just as the discussion about content, which seem to me, I mean, several of you said, no, we won't go there, but nevertheless, the very idea of speaking about content and of confusing very often content and subject matter as, you know, as if it were the same thing, it's strange to me that it's still there. So I think maybe all this it's not repetition, it's remanence. How do you say that? Something that remains. Maybe it's something that remains a kind of echo of the 50s, and I think in many ways it can be very healthy, that this thing stays as a kind of compost to produce new things that will emerge from. And I was also very struck by certain terms that came out. I think I'm going to try to make conceptual use and in further essays of mine, the cheap shot. Very important to try to find out, to define the cheap shot. That's going to be very. It's good. I think it's a very beautifully crafted term that can probably get to a very, very neat definition, but I won't try it there. But and I was amazed of some of the dialogues, some of the words that came out of the dialogue. And for example, I think Byron spoke about a word that was what was it? Severely abstract. Severely abstract. So I don't know if I should take it as abstraction as a disease, or it was. But I think that I was always very interested since my early age in the civilly abstract, because it's the one that people always try to cure by transforming it into not abstract. So one of the reasons early on in my life, I decided to work more on abstract art than I did start working on abstract art, because the first work I ever did was on Mondrian many, many years ago, was partly because people didn't want to recognize it as abstract. They wanted to say, no, Mondrian is not about, what you want it to be. It's all about feminine and masculine. It's about the theosophy. It's about the symbol. It's about the cross. It's about all this stuff, which was nothing to do with what Mondrian was doing. That had become the way to transform Mondrian into non-abstract. And so I said, no, I want to make sure that it would remain severely abstract and not get the antidote. What else could I speak about? One of the things that surprised me, that except for very, very rapid remarks, very few, I mean, 6 people have been on the stage for the last 3 hours, and only one of them was not a painter. I think you don't paint, right, Vincent? And except for very brief remark in the last conversation, I think no one spoke about color. And that is very, because art historians and art critics basically don't like to speak about color because it's the most difficult thing ever. You don't remember it well. Every person sees colors differently. I mean, color is like the most elusive thing. But you would think that painters would speak a little more. I mean, Bryce spoke about wanting to do colors that were not recognizable or were a lot more elusive. But that's one of the reasons of using wax. And that's one of the remarks. But in general, and I'm just wondering, given that the difficulty to speak about color doesn't seem I mean, the abstract, non-abstract divide has nothing to do with it. It's as difficult to speak about color if you speak about Matisse or if you speak about Barnett Newman. Color is really a difficult thing. And that's one of the questions that maybe this exhibition could help generate more discussion about color. I've always been very struck by the Alphonse Kelly tiger painting. Which is a multi-panel painting from 1953. Speaking before the color, speaking about the title, I asked him what was the title. He thought it was a funny title, that's all. Okay, fine. So, title, no interest for some people. And I do think that title can be very, very important into reading a work. I mean, they can provide an entry into a work. So I'm not against people who don't want to title, but I certainly welcome those who don't, who like to title. But I was always struck by the combination of pink and orange in that painting, and not in that painting and in the previous one that Alphonse Kelly made called Painting on a White Wall. It was 2 years earlier than that. And many years ago, I wrote an essay and I spoke about the fact that this pink-orange combination was very, very unusual and bad taste. But it was more, I was like winging it. I didn't know. And I was right. And there was almost no one had done that until that time. There was a few paintings by Matisse, which very, very few. There were a few paintings by Ad Reinhardt, very few. We're speaking about a work which is 1951 and 1953. Until let's say Warhol, no one really used to use that combination of color that easily. And Kelly went to see Jean Arp with a mock-up of a book that included a page which is pink and orange. And Arp said, "What are you doing? Why are you doing that?" It's like, ugh, yuck. But I didn't know when I wrote it at the time. Now I found out that it's true. And when you look at this combination, this tiger, which is very striking painting, I think, certainly in terms of size, for Kelly at that time, and you see this combination of color, things do matter, little details matter like that. And just the simple combination of this two rectangles of those very close color in range was something that seemed very, very odd then. And I don't know if it still seems odd today, but it did then. And so it's all about the way, what abstraction helps formulate is in a way the way history passes with something that was extraordinarily difficult and almost absurd at one period can be transformed through time. And I was very struck when I heard Amy speak about the aggression of Pollock, especially when looking at Lavender Mist, which I think is one of the most gentle paintings in the show, very subtle. And I always thought this was one of the most delicate paintings Pollock ever made, and I would never think of it as flecking. I would think it like more like, I don't know, little flakes, but like of snow falling. Anyway. So, but that's also, at that time, maybe the Pollock painting looked, looked dangerously violent. It doesn't, I think other qualities of it, for me at least, have eclipsed the violence that might, and the feeling of violence might have been also very extremely productive at the time. I'm not sure it is anymore, but let me see if I could continue to. One of the things that also seems to me to continue in the abstract expressionist paradigm is the way in which all of you spoke about almost the necessity to make a difficult painting, the necessity to make things not easy for the beholder. I was struck by the anecdote of that Glenn was speaking about a curator transcribing the difficulty, the text being difficult to read on the wall, transcribing that on the wall text to make it easy, which of course is completely counter the argument of the thrust of the work. So that is something that I found particularly interesting, coming from my own education, which got a little tired of, let's say, of the conceptual part or the conceptualization invasion of art, where everything had to be programmed and to be decided, had to have a reason. And when you get, where basically you cannot get to an exhibition without going through wall text. So which was more of the case in 10 years from now. I think that things have changed a lot now, but I think for the better. But I think that is really quite fascinating for me to see that abstract connects with more difficult to interpret or to read. And I think it is true, but I think that's what one of the main qualities of it, it forces the beholder to react and to articulate things for him or herself. I was very interested, for me it was very interesting to see that this paradigm is still very present, because all of you referred to it as a kind of, real necessity. And that was, I think, very reassuring, because it means that art students have a lot of job for many years to come. Maybe I should just ask questions if there's any or something. Amy.
I'm curious about why you don't include Lee Krasner and Frankenthaler in your sort of sense of like pink being used.
Well, I'm speaking about the work of 1951 and 53.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
But I mean,
I'm speaking about a period of history, and I'm saying until that time there was none. After.
But weren't Lee Krasner's pink paintings done in the 40s? Some of them? And Frankenthaler?
I'm not speaking about pink painting. I'm speaking the combination of pink and
talking
orange.
about, I don't understand I guess I don't understand that you're sort of so surprised by the color in like.
There was a few de Kooning that nobody knew, There was a few, yeah, I mean, it's rare. I mean, historically, you look at the history of painting and you try to find paintings that combine large planes of color of pink and orange next to each other, and there are none.
Well, I don't understand. I guess I don't. I guess that.
Well, yeah, give them to me. I take them.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think that that's what everybody who loves Frankenthaler loves about her.
But I'm not speaking about Frankenthaler painting something in 1965.
No, I'm not either. I'm talking about her earlier paintings, which are saturated with color, and so are other people's paintings. I don't quite get it.
Not the
I guess.
date. Well, show me. I don't know those paintings that, I don't know paintings of that date, of the date I'm speaking about. But if I stand wrong if I'm wrong. I mean, if I made a mistake, I'll correct it. I will. Promised. I'll check.
You know, what the hell is this? How did they clean them up or something? In the Clark collection, there's a lot of landscape sunset.
Oh yeah, that's if you have a sunset, you can have all colors you want.
Okay.
It's like justified, but that's one of the reasons they just like to paint sunset. Because you can do whatever you want. It's all allowed.
I'd like to know what you think of Amy's final comment that art history and art, making art, have nothing to do with each other.
She's completely right. Completely right. And I think that good for artists to know that you can't paint. Usually they do. No, she's right.
Tucker, could you turn the lights on, please?
I'm now at the end of things with a misunderstanding. I understood that when the artists were talking about making a difficult painting, they were not considering the point of view of the viewer. And so now you've suggested that the difficulty is in challenging the viewer. Maybe.
They are the first viewer in a way. It's difficult to challenge them, but themselves, sure. Listen, I don't think that's not a philosophical discussion. Do writers exist if they have readers? Do the work? I personally think that you pay to show your stuff to someone. This one, you have this one imaginary viewer, and so that viewer has to be challenged. That's the argument. I mean, you could. There are many discussions about what you need to make a private diary. Do you do a private diary for what? Someone who is going to read it. You have an imaginary reader. I mean, God, nevertheless, it's an imaginary reader. And so it's the same thing for painters, I think. So you have to challenge the imaginary viewer if you don't have any intention to show. I think it's almost an abstract theoretical issue. I don't think you can separate, the notion of difficulty to the difficulty of the viewer. I do think that the painter is the first spectator of his work, or of his or her work. But I don't think that precludes the notion that there is an imaginary viewer.
Most of your comments about what went on in the conversations focused on the continuities that you perceived between the issues they were talking about and issues that were in play 50 years ago. And I'm curious about what your perspective is on that continuity, because you mostly just remarked on the existence of the continuity rather than how you felt about it.
Well, I was surprised. And not totally surprised given that of the premises of the exhibition in a way. And because of the exhibition, I think I wouldn't have even put either, but so I think that in a way there's some logic to the continuity, but I was nevertheless surprised to the degree of it, because after abstract expression, if you might remember, there was a lot of reaction against subjectivity, and against the pathos, and against, there was like a lot of reaction against it. Pop art was against it. A lot of the, great systematic, minimal art. I mean, there was a huge amount of things against that for all kinds of good reasons. There were good reasons to be against it, I think. I mean, there were some bad reasons too, but there were a lot of good ones. And so now that all this kind of pathos and all that has disappeared, we can look at that abstract expressions in a much better way. We don't have to have this sort of like, how it wasn't the, blah, 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 all this stuff. All that can be completely dismissed as voodoo purple literature, and we can look at the stuff in a much more, and because of it, we can look at the stuff in a much more detached and interesting way. I think the polemics were against this abstract expressionist subjective melee can disappear. And so the continuity can now become people who speak in ways that were similar to that, don't have the same context. It's not in the same context of this kind of bubbly speciality. And so it becomes much more interesting. And so, but I was not prepared to the level of continuity once you take out the veneer. And that was interesting.
So sorry to harp on this, but why did you study pink next to orange between 51 and 53 again? I didn't quite.
I was doing the Catalogue raisonné of Bertosconi's first period in Paris, and he made two paintings which had this, monochrome panels next to each other, which have orange and pink. And I was trying to find where did he find other things like that, and there were very few things.
Can I ask a question again? I was, I mean, I think I'm sort of surprised that you're surprised, because I feel like it's kind of, I was thinking about this this piece that you sent me actually that was in October, where you spoke about. No, I know, I asked you to send me this thing.
No, I don't want to sound like I'm sending my thing.
No, I asked him. No, sorry, I didn't mean it to sound like. But I asked you to explain to me a bit more about the idea of compositional and non-compositional. The theory behind this argument. And I was very interested in it partly because I do notice a very different attitude, a very I don't know, attached and subjective kind of attitude that isn't just among painters that I know who are quote-unquote romantic or expressionistic, but are also, those are things that other people who are very non-compositional or something have expressed to me lately. And I guess I was thinking two things that I wanted to ask you about. One is that at the end of the article you sort of said, this interesting turn occurs, where you say, oh yeah, but nobody does that for their whole life. It turns out that they do the non-compositional for a while and then they go back to the compositional when they're older. So on the one hand, I was kind of thinking, oh, but maybe this is a kind of thing where like the individual trajectory of an artist who works and experiments in the non-compositional and then returns, in a sense, to a kind of compositional procedure or admission, maybe that's a kind of, that's like a tiny version of like a larger trajectory where there is a kind of, there gets to be a new interest in something after a while of doing something, and that like we also now have like a tremendous amount of what we could call non-compositional or non-subjective or non-romantic or non-expressionistic or non-agonistic works that are bound up in media work, photography, different kind of media. And so here we have all these people who I noticed that we all make our own paintings. So I mean, I'm just curious and interested that that you would, in a way I'm sort of surprised that you would be surprised that like, in a cultural sense, that like people who are still sitting around making stuff with their hand, would be in any way not deeply attached to the method of subjectivity as a kind of way. I think he's trying to keep it. So again, go for it.
Is it on? Yeah. I also think, at least the way I understood the conversation was that it was clear that a gesture today means something completely different than it did 20 years ago, even though it may morphologically be similar.
No, I know that which the difference. You spoke about quotation marks and all that, but the difference, nevertheless, didn't. Listen. I was just surprised at the level of continuity. I was not surprised that there was one at all, but I was surprised at the level of that. There's very similar questions get asked, and a similar vocabulary are there, and I find it very interesting for me that let's say, it's 3/4 of a century, let's say, after abstract expression. 3/4 of a century is long. It's like it's not a short period, right? Am I counting wrong? Let's say abstract expression, the heyday is 1950, so it's 65. So it's not 3/4, but almost 65 years is a long period.
But it seems like knowing all of us that the function that was described in the essay, let's say, in the catalog by Harry so carefully, that there's a kind of return in a different way, or a misunderstanding as you've described it before, like a productive misunderstanding, or that Harold Bloom describes it, a mistake or a misprision, and yet a return in a sense. I think that when people like us are dealing with these things, it's after we're being told aggressively not to do that. And we're finding it again in an interesting way that with what we hope and I think believe is quite different from the original. Like there's been a swerve, I think.
Yes, but that's exactly why I was surprised at the continuity of vocabulary, because there's a creative misreading and a return, but creative misreading returns and what always you always have supposed to have, normally in historical sense, it's kind of more difference than continuity.
But isn't it, when you say that that's part of the history of painting, what we're really saying, that a lot of these concerns are eternal, or just say go back some time to maybe, who knows, to the time of Titian.
Yeah, well,
these things have been obscured. The continuity has been quite obscured by the polemics. That's something like that.
Yeah, but they don't, being a historian, I don't want to have long duration.
It goes back.
I'm
Oil painting. I'm talking about oil painting.
Yeah.
Let's take it that far. Would you go that far?
Well, there are tools and objects and materials that have a history that is being constantly rewritten by artists. And I'm not sure that the sheer material is, or let's say oil paint, is at the same level of at the same historical life than something like a gesture. Gesture is something that's been the big gesture, abstract expression is gesture, something that has been invented at a particular moment and doesn't go back to Titian, even though Titian was a lot of gestures. I think that there are all of the instances in which that play on to make a painting, all the kind of different things, like the material, the paint, all that all of them have a different historical time, a different way of different longevity and all that. And I think that it's always difficult if you put them all together, because then you lose track of and you get into this long, which I think is one of the reasons that Greenberg made mistakes often, and why he got so much bad rap. And there were reasons to criticize him. But I don't know if you remember this thing when he said that only today, the ancient light, and he gave number of Titian, but only today we do it for the right reason. That's you can't think that way. We do it for our reasons, and they did it for their reasons, and they were different because history is there. But I think you have to be careful about historical, the particular historicity of various things which are not all at the same level. That's why. I'm a historian, so the formation.
Bryce brought up the point of combat, that winners and losers, we lost, they won. That's a lot of the rhetoric of this period of time. Irving Sandler's The Triumph of American Art. Triumph over what? Who lost? Serge Guilbeault, how New York stole the idea of modern art. The conversations of the Artists Club that often centered around the return to the figure. I'm thinking of the Museum of Modern Art show, New Images of Man.
Yeah.
I mean, there is really a lot of rhetoric about winners and losers. And the fact is that a lot of movements of art did lose, like the movement of figurative expressionism and a lot of things that came out. Could you kind of combat, I mean, it seems that you want to just sweep that away and not talk about the social history, not talk about the combat, and just now we can look at these paintings in a new and pure way. And I argue that you can't. I think that you have to go back and re-examine and understand the combat, and in that process make a reassessment of art, not only where these artists rank in a kind of hierarchy, but also what got lost.
Well, I have nothing against people who are historians, and I learned a lot from them, who go and study at great length the context. But that's not what I've been doing on my, I don't do that much in my own work. And some people are good at it, and I'm not very good at it. But I understand your point, and I think it's very important to know that all the historical dimension of the context of the work of expression and so forth. With regard to losers and winners, I can't think that very much, so it's hard for me to identify the issue there. I mean, I am a historian, but also I'm a critic, so there are things that I dislike and I just don't speak about more, because it's so complicated to explain why you dislike. It's very complicated to explain why you like something, which is what I like to do. I like to define for myself why I like something. But you have as much difficulty to explain why you dislike something, and it's like lost energy. So I prefer not to speak about it. So there's a lot of work that I never work on because they don't particularly attract me. But I understand what you mean, that it's important to know all the things in play at a time, to be able to fully understand the work. I agree with that. It's not my fault.
One last question. Go.
There's been much talk of presence or lack of purity in painting. Do you think it's just the semiologically challenging aspect of abstraction that prompts such questions vis-a-vis abstract painting, or do you think there are multiple facets to this concern with purity?
This is a strange word that I thought that's what I thought would have disappeared. There's a famous anecdote of Mondrian being in a car with Peggy Guggenheim, and he's trying to kiss her, and she says, "Oh, Mondrian, I thought you were so pure." And so, purity is from the purest. So, I think it's a word that has kind of, there was this famous, extremely funny parody text by Hélène de Kooning on Ad Reinhardt called Mr. Pure. It's, the series of interviews, so-and-so paints a painting, so there's Pollock paints a painting, there's Albers paints a painting, and there's Mr. Pure paints a painting. It sounds like if it's written by Reinhardt himself, or the most funny, it makes a lot of irony, but it's a very well-made, well-crafted portrait, Mr. Pure paints a painting. And I thought that after that purity, what does that mean exactly? If that means trying to make a painting which is devoid of content, that is not possible, because content is everywhere. Even if you say to say, I don't want content, that's content. You say, which cannot, that's a fardeau, you say the plea of the weight of humanity. You cannot be a man or a woman, humanity instead of the species, and not having the plight of content. You cannot avoid content. That's what my education taught me. And so, what would be something pure content? What is the purity in that sense? I mean, I think that in terms of concept, the word purity, to me, I don't actually see how it could function in the context of art. But maybe we can discuss about it later.
Thank you so much. One last thanks for our participants, Eva and Peter, for all of you for being here.